Chapter 12:17. Seeing this youth in purple with a heroic appearance, Luo Qingwu immediately called out, "Senior Marshal Brother Xiao Yan." The person who came was the eldest disciple of the Xianmen Tianzong sect leader, Xiao Yan, who had been guarding Kunlun Mountain. A red light flashed in his palm, and an extremely violent aura was emitted from it. It was extremely ferocious and evil, shocking the world. As the red light flashed, it was as if an endless calamity was about to descend on the human world. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. That berserk aura of destruction was something that even Sword Venerable Firmament felt fearful upon seeing. Even though the strength was limited, the ferocious energy concept within was something that Sword Venerable Firmament had never seen in his life other than when he faced Lin Feng's heaven-punishing sword. It was as if the entire world of creation was about to be destroyed by the endless calamity. As the red light flashed in Xiao Yan's palm, he pushed his palm forward, blocking the path of Sword Venerable Firmament's green destiny sword. The red light and the green light collided at this moment. The moment they collided, there was a bluish-purple demonic fire in the red light, a thread-like black hurricane, a dim yellow springs, true water, and countless natural disasters and earthly calamities surged together. They gathered together to form a violent and despair-inducing calamity force, completely destroying the heaven and earth formed by the green sword light. Although the red light was also slashed apart by the green sword light, it quickly gathered again. Sword Venerable Firmament stared at Xiao Yan's palm in astonishment. That seems to be the power of the Netherworld Sea. But it's darker, more condensed, and more ferocious. What exactly is... Xiao Yan first turned to look at Luo Qingwu and smiled. "Congratulations on attaining the primordial spirit, Junior Sister. After fourth Junior Sister, Junior Sister has also successfully attained the primordial spirit. Our sect has another joyous occasion." He then looked at Zhuge Zhan and Chu Yang and nodded. "Mr. Zhuge, fellow Taoist Chu, both of you have worked hard as well. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Chu for achieving the primordial spirit stage." After speaking, Xiao Yan's gaze turned back to Sword Venerable Firmament. He looked at Sword Venerable Firmament and sneered, "I originally thought that between you and Sword Venerable Firmament, one would stay behind and the other would attack. But from the looks of it now, it's not the case at all." Sword Venerable Firmament stared at Xiao Yan as his expression turned much more solemn. "There's someone in the Taishu Temple who can draw upon the power of the Netherworld Sea. Could it be that this lad can do it as well? If that's the case, although this child is young, he will be a formidable opponent." Many thoughts flashed through Sword Venerate Firmament's mind. He did not slow down at all as he swung the firmament sword at Xiao Yan at the tip of the ancient greenish-bronze sword. A green ball of light appeared. It was only the size of a fist, but it seemed to be a world of its own. It was Sword Venerate Firmament's Firmament Immortal Sword, True Fruit. As Sword Venerate Firmament lightly tapped the Firmament Immortal Sword True Fruit in his hand, the green Firmament Immortal Sword True Fruit turned into a ray of green light, instantly splitting the world and piercing towards Xiao Yan. Unlike the previous attack that seemed to be able to heal the world and turn it into a flat surface, Sword Venerate Firmament's attack seemed to be able to make the flat surface disappear, turning the entire world into a line. The powerful force caused even Xiao Yan's expression to turn serious. However, he still had a sneer on his face as the red light in the palm of his right hand became increasingly dazzling. Within the red light, there seemed to be the sound of thousands of calamities whistling at the same time. The violent force seemed to be able to destroy the world. The green and red lights clashed together. The red light was penetrated by the green light and continuously melted. It was difficult for it to gather again, but the green light was also continuously shattering and could not be maintained. The world that had turned into a line, in the midst of violent tremors, unfolded once again and turned into a flat surface. Then the boundary between the heavens and the earth was once again separated. However, in the process, the world formed by the green sword light also continued to shatter and turn into nothingness, gradually ceasing to exist. Xiao Yan withdrew his right palm and raised his eyebrows slightly. Before the war between the two worlds started, he had been staying in the Netherworld Sea, carefully studying and comprehending the power of the Netherworld Sea and the power of the Netherworld Sea, which was why he had today's harvest. Now, he could also break the boundary of the Netherworld Sea, but the battlefield was in the Divine Land. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to guide the power of the Netherworld Sea to the Divine Land. That would turn the human world within a radius of tens of thousands of miles into wasteland, unlike Wu Mingqi from the Taishu Temple, or Taoist Yuming and the others from back then. Xiao Yan, who had a closer connection with the heavenly calamity, could guide a portion of the power of the heavenly calamity to strengthen himself. Although it was not as violent as directly guiding the power of the Netherworld Sea, it was enough for him to face a top sword cultivator like Venerable Swordsman Firmament, and not be at a disadvantage. Venerable Swordsman Firmament stared closely at Xiao Yan. Slowly, the ancient sword in his hand, Firmament swung in the void, and his voice exploded like thunder between heaven and earth. Unexpected, unexpected. Xianmen Tianzong, other than Zhu Yi, who has the creation treasure, the golden Permitha bridge, you have also obtained such a great opportunity, such a great creation. Could it be that the heavens are really looking out for you, Xianmen Tianzong? He let out a long breath. Today is the day that the sword of the immortal sky of Shushan reappears. With the help of heaven and earth, no one can stop it. Although your strength has exceeded this old man's expectations, don't even think of ruining the great affairs of Shushan. Xiao Yan looked at Venerable Swordsman Firmament and suddenly smiled. He tilted his head slightly and said to Luo Qinggu, who had transformed back into her human form from the sword light Taiji diagram behind him, "Little junior sister, do you know, when I look at him, I suddenly remember a story that Master told me in the past. That was when we had just joined the sect, and Master had brought us to travel the world. Apart from traveling and cultivating, Master would tell us about the various interesting things that he had seen while he was roaming the heavens. Although some of these things happened in the mortal world, I still felt that they were very interesting when I listened to them. I remember that when you had just joined the sect and were still young, you had pestered me and little junior brother to tell you many things." Luo Qingwu's eyes flashed slightly. "Senior brother Xiao Yan, are you referring to?" Xiao Yan turned his head and looked at Venerable Swordsman Firmament again. There was still a slight smile on his face, but it was clearly extremely cold. Venerable Swordsman Firmament frowned, and Xiao Yan said with a sneer, "Venerable Swordsman Firmament, I had thought that as an elder of the human race, you would definitely have a brilliant move when you reappeared during the war between the two worlds. I never expected you to do such a crude thing. I've always known about your life. You were born in the Middle Epoch, but you did not even take part in the war between the two worlds. It's normal for you to guard the sect of Shushan, but what are you doing now? Look at Sword Sovereign Tiangang, who came from the same sect as you. It was because he fought with all his heart and soul and fought a bloody battle in Heaven Wasteland domain that your Mount Shu regained its reputation. It was also because of this that the other great sword sects put down their old grudges during the war between the two worlds and trusted you to build the Nine Heavens Primordium sword formation. Although I was born late, I still know about the matters of Shushan. In the past, the founder of Shushan, Run Changmei, created the heavenly sword Qi with a grand will that could split the heavens and the earth. He wanted to create a new world for the sword principles of the world, so he was known as the ancestor of the world's swords. But after that, he discovered that he could use the power of the heavenly sword chi to spread across the world and absorb thousands of other sword principles to nourish the heavenly sword of Shushan. From then on, he fell into a deep slumber and walked on a different path. Because on this path, every time the heavenly sword was damaged or even destroyed, it could be quickly reborn. It was not until my master killed it with the heaven punishment sword that the chance of self-rebirth was cut off. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows. For so many years, it seemed that Shushan had taken advantage of it, but in fact, you neglected the essentials. The sword ancestor himself forgot, and so did you. The original true meaning of the heavenly sword chi of Shushan was to split the heavens and the earth to keep forging ahead and creating swords. But in the end, it turned into one sword into 10,000 swords, and 10,000 swords nourished one sword. Since then, you have been stuck in the old ways. The most powerful person in the history of your Shushan sword sect was your founding ancestor, sword ancestor Ren Changmei. Back then, his sword principle and Dharma power were world-shaking, but he stopped at the Dharma-ending realm and could not advance any further. Among your successors, not to mention surpassing the sword ancestor, there was no one who could reach the height of the sword ancestor in the past. Have you never thought about the reason? Perhaps Ren Changmei himself did not realize it, or perhaps he realized it, but he was hesitating between the desire to control the sword intent in the world and the desire to set things right. Before he could make a decision, he died at the hands of Ji Huang Xinyuan, so he no longer had a chance. Now is the time for your Shushan to be rebuilt, but you ignore it and still want to go back. How stupid! Xiaoyan's voice resounded through the heavens. Sword Venerable Tiangang, who was fighting with the heavenly sword and the heavenly sword of Primordium, was silent. Sword Venerable Firmament's face turned as black as iron. How old are you? How much do you know about sword principles? How much do you know about history? How dare you talk about our ancestral master and the path of our sect? If your master Lin Feng's heaven-crushing sword did not break my heavenly sword, how could it have the power it has today? How could Taishu Temple not dare to provoke us? How could it intimidate the demons of planet Tianhuang? How dare a brat like you spout nonsense in front of this old man? If my heavenly sword had broken your Xianmen Tianzong's heaven-crushing sword, my sex sword would definitely have reached a higher level and broken the shackles of the past. You, Xianmen Tianzong, humiliated Shushan, and only then could you rise to the top today. How dare you speak so shamelessly here? Shut up, shameless old thief. Don't you know that everyone in the world is willing to eat your flesh raw? How dare you talk nonsense here? Xiaoyan said sternly, our two sects, the battle between the heavenly sword and the heavenly sword, relied on our own abilities. Even if there were schemes, it was decided to have a dignified battle. How could you be as treacherous as you are today, almost swindling us and stuffing your own pockets? The other major sword sects let go of their former enmity for the sake of fighting against the demons, and because of Sword Venerable Tiangang and the others' bravery, they trusted Shushan. Not only did you betray the trust of the other sword sects, but you also betrayed your own sect, letting their blood flow like water. If Sword Venerable Tiangang had not been injured in the bloody battle with Tianlong Kuan, do you think you could have stopped him so easily? If you can't see the true path that Shushan's sword should take, you should just hide your head and meditate on Tao. How dare you call yourself destiny here? White-haired old thief, you have lived in vain for tens of thousands of years and have not achieved anything in your life. You only know how to wag your tongue and do dirty things in secret. A dog with a broken back still dares to bark madly in this place. I have never seen such a shameless person. Chapter 1218. Xiao Yan's roar reverberated throughout the world. Sword Venerable Firmament stared at Xiao Yan with an unprecedentedly cold expression. That scrawny old man stood in the void like the eye of a storm, exuding an aura that could cause one's heart to palpitate. Sword Venerable Firmament's face was as dark as water. He swung the ancient sword in his hand and immediately used the green destiny sword escape to charge towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan laughed loudly and extended his right palm forward. Red light flashed in his palm, and an extremely ferocious aura leaked out. The world seemed to be in turmoil at this moment. The ferocious netherworld sea, separated by endless space, seemed to be very close. At this moment, it opened its eyes and stared at Sword Venerable Firmament. In the netherworld sea that was filled with thousands of calamities, there were scarlet lights constantly surging. They seemed to want to gather together and form a huge pillar. At this moment, a portion of these scarlet lights were activated and turned into rolling waves. They shuttled through the world space and gathered in Xiao Yan's palm. Sword Venerable Firmament stared at Xiao Yan. Being scolded by Xiao Yan in public made his heart burn with anger. He did not know how many years it had been since he had suffered such humiliation. If it was under other circumstances, Sword Venerable Firmament would not be so angry. But what Xiao Yan said was not only a negation of all of Sword Venerable Firmament's previous efforts, it was also a negation of the Shushan Sword Sect's founding ancestor, Sword Ancestor Ren Changmei, all the way from the past generations of Shushan Sword Sect. It was even a negation of the Shushan Sword Sect's belief from the ancient era until now. After experiencing the confusion and chaos of the Battle of Shushan, Sword Venerable Firmament, who had reconstructed his heart of the sword and established his path, was willing to risk universal condemnation and even detain the current sect leader, Ji Wenrui, to fight with another senior of Shushan, Sword Venerable Tiangang, who had known him for tens of thousands of years. It was hard for outsiders to know how many times he had struggled with this. In this kind of situation, no matter how calm and open-minded he was also angered by Xiao Yan to the point of ascending to the heavens. However, he was ultimately a great sword cultivator who had achieved Tao in the Middle Epoch. Although he had not participated in the war between the two worlds like Sword Venerable Tiangang, he was equally experienced in fights of magical powers. His anger and other negative emotions quickly disappeared, but the cold, killing intent in Sword Venerable Firmament's eyes almost solidified. Anger and other negative emotions quickly disappeared, but the cold, killing intent in Sword Venerable Firmament's eyes almost solidified. Under the activation of the Firmament Immortal Sword True Fruit, the green Destiny Sword Escape was unleashed. The sword aura blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it charged towards Xiao Yan. That terrifying aura caused Chu Yang, Luo Qinggu, Zhuge Zhan, and the others behind Xiao Yan to tremble. Sword Venerable Firmament stared coldly at Xiao Yan and thought to himself, when the people of Taishu Temple activate the power of the Netherworld Sea, they will directly break open a crack in the Netherworld Sea, causing the calamity of the Netherworld Sea to descend upon the vast thousand worlds. When used by Tao Integration Realm cultivators, the power of their magical powers is comparable to experts of the Dharma Ending Realm. Sword Venerable Firmament stared coldly at Xiao Yan and thought to himself, when the people of Taishu Temple activate the power of the Netherworld Sea, they will directly break open a crack in the Netherworld Sea, causing the calamity of the Netherworld Sea to descend upon the vast thousand worlds. When used by Tao Integration Realm cultivators, the power of their magical powers is comparable to that of experts of the Dharma Ending Realm. This person is at the primordial divinity transformation realm, and his magical powers are powerful enough to compete with Tao Integration Realm cultivators. However, the strange power of the red light he activates has not reached the level of the Dharma Ending Realm. But he did not break open a crack in the Netherworld Sea. Is it because he can't do it and can't withstand the pressure of the Netherworld Sea? Or is it because this is divine land that he didn't go all out? It's just that his red light is very strange, compared to the people of Taishu Temple who have to directly break open a crack in the netherworld sea. There are many more changes. Xiao Yan stared at Sword Venerable Firmament and said to Luo Qinggu and the others without turning his head, "Little junior sister, Mr. Zhuge, fellow Chu, the three of you step back." As the red light flickered on his right hand, he blocked Sword Venerable Firmament's attack, while his left palm spread out beside him. He spread his 5 fingers apart, and blazing flames instantly appeared on his 5 fingers. What made everyone shudder with fear was that the 5 balls of blazing flames were all different. They were extremely righteous, extremely young, and extremely pure, like the origin of all flames. The milky white flames were the pure, young, true fire. As dazzling as the sun, the flames were like needle-like, pure golden flames. That was the true sun fire. The flames were condensed and flickered with red and blue lights. However, the flames themselves were golden flames. That was the Nan Ming leaf fire. The vast and heavy green flames that seemed to have condensed into a solid form were like the earth. That was the Ksitigarbha true flame. The red flames that bloomed like lotuses and seemed to want to send people into the cycle of reincarnation were the red lotus karmic fire. The 5 types of top-notch true fire gathered together. Just by appearing together, they instantly burned through the surrounding void. Silently, Xiao Yan said, "My mystique and spiritual power are too violent. If I explode here, the divine land will be affected and suffer great damage. It will be difficult to transform and recover for a long time. It's no less than the netherworld sea splitting open and the baptism of the great tides. It's still not too late if you stop now. Otherwise, Shushan will be destroyed." Sword Venerable Firmament was so angry that he laughed. "Today, the immortal heaven will not reappear. Shushan will also enter the eternal night, unable to see the light. What's the point of dragging out our feeble existence? No one can stop the revival of the immortal heaven." After saying that, Sword Venerable Firmament attacked Xiao Yan with his sword. Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled coldly. "If it were any other time, I would play with you slowly. However, today's situation is special. Let's be more decisive." After saying that, he closed the 5 fingers of his left hand and made a hand seal. The 5 types of true fire gathered and fused on his left hand. The towering fire disappeared almost instantly, and a strange lotus appeared on Xiao Yan's left hand. The bottom layer of the lotus was green like a lotus leaf. The top layer was red and dazzling. The top layer was pure gold and flashed with a piercing light. The top layer was milky white like a lotus. There were 2 golden stamens swaying in the wind, flashing red and blue, respectively. When this lotus appeared, even Sword Venerable Firmament frowned slightly. He could feel an extreme destructive power from it. Such a powerful power had already surpassed the limits of a Tao integration realm cultivator. Even a great sword cultivator like Sword Venerable Firmament, who was undergoing tribulation, had to treat it seriously. As Xiao Yan's mystique and spiritual power continued to increase, apart from becoming more and more familiar with the control of the sky flaming lotus, he could even use the 5-colored fire lotus with ease. The power of the sky flaming lotus had also increased greatly. Even a Tao integration realm cultivator would not be able to escape if his sky flaming lotus was hit by it. They would very likely be killed by it. This attack was enough to threaten the safety of a cultivator in the first tribulation stage. However, Sword Venerable Firmament was not afraid of it. He knew that although this mystique of Xiao Yan's was extremely violent and contained an extremely strong Tao extermination power, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan could only use the 5-colored fire lotus once with his current primordial spirit embodiment realm. A primordial spirit embodiment realm cultivators were one with heaven and earth. They could absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth at any time, and had almost unlimited dharmic powers. However, when Xiaoyan used the five-colored fire lotus now, it would hurt his primordial spirit. Furthermore, it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. As a result, he would fall into a state of exhaustion after using the five-colored fire lotus. Tao Integration Realm cultivators, or even experts like great sage Xiang Lu and Ning Wanga, who had just undergone tribulation, would most likely not be able to withstand Xiaoyan's attack. However, given Sword Venerable Firmament's cultivation level, it was not a problem. However, what made Sword Venerable Firmament fearful was that Xiaoyan's right hand had also drawn upon the power of the heavenly calamity. Even Sword Venerable Firmament was under immense pressure from both sides. He took a deep breath and directly threw the ancient Sword Venerable Firmament into the air. Then, he activated the Firmament Immortal Sword True Fruit and strengthened it. Finally, his entire body flew into the sky. His primordial spirit turned into a beam of green light and integrated into the ancient Sword Venerable Firmament. The ancient Sword Venerable Firmament flashed in the void and instantly disappeared. Sword Venerable Firmament, who had activated the power of his sword Tao Mystique to the extreme with his primordial spirit, flashed in the void and attacked Xiaoyan. In the world formed by the green sword light, heaven and earth closed and collapsed into a flat surface. The boundary of the flat surface disappeared and condensed into a line. And this line of light also disappeared in a flash. Everything collapsed into a tiny dot. The world was destroyed, and only this dot existed. This seemed to completely ignore the distance in the void and the passage of time. The moment it appeared, it had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. This dot was only seen when it came into contact with the heavenly calamity's red light, causing the dazzling red light to continuously collapse and disintegrate. Xiaoyan believed that if it was not for the heavenly calamity's light blocking it, this dot would have directly appeared on his primordial spirit and broken it. This sword strike was the strongest attack that Sword Venerable Firmament could unleash by activating the ancient Sword Venerable Firmament. In this attack, Sword Venerable Firmament had returned to his peak state before his sword heart was broken. He displayed the absolute offensive power of a sword Tao expert who was only a step away from the Dharma-ending realm. In this instant, the pure, explosive power of this sword strike could almost rival that of a Dharma-ending realm almighty cultivator. And at this moment, the sky fire lotus in Xiaoyan's left hand and the heavenly calamity's light in his right hand suddenly fused together. Then he pointed at the green light that Sword Venerable Firmament had transformed into. Without a sound, a piece of the void was suddenly missing. Everything in the world was annihilated, leaving behind only chaos. That small green dot suddenly expanded in an instant. It turned into a line, and then expanded into a flat surface. Then it reappeared in the world. However, the world of green light immediately began to shatter. As the green light danced, endless raging flames, and the red light that filled the sky continued to spread in the world. They swept through everything in their surroundings. Other than the area that was enveloped by the heavenly immortal sword formation, everything in the world was destroyed. If Luo Qinggu, Chu Yang, and Zhuge Zhan had not received Xiaoyan's warning and retreated in advance, they would not have been able to escape from this storm. Without any protection, the peaks of Shushan collapsed on a large scale. If not for the fact that the people of Shushan had all been drawn into the sword formation by Sword Venerable Firmament, they would definitely have been annihilated by the shock waves. The world of green light shattered, and the ancient Sword Venerable Firmament reappeared. Under the bombardment of the endless raging flames and ferocious red light, Sword Venerable Firmament's primordial spirit was forcefully shaken out of the ancient sword Venerable Firmament. Under such a violent collision, even sword Venerable Firmament was injured. However, he laughed loudly and forcefully suppressed his injuries. With a wave of his right hand, the ancient sword Venerable Firmament reappeared in his hand. Then he attacked Xiao Yan once again. Chapter 12:19. Xiao Yan's previous attack had combined the power of the five-colored fiery lotus and the power of the heavenly calamity. Even a cultivator at the initial tribulation stage would not be able to withstand the violent power. Sword Venerable Firmament had also been severely injured in that clash. If Sword Venerable Firmament had not pushed his strength to the limit, he would have been even more injured in that clash. Although the ancient sword Venerable Firmament was powerful, fine cracks had appeared on the surface of the sword. If sword Venerable Firmament had not placed his primordial spirit in the sword, the ancient sword Venerable Firmament would have been destroyed by Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan's situation was even worse. His dermic power and aura dimmed uncontrollably. Although the five-colored fiery lotus was powerful, the pressure was also great and would cause damage to his primordial spirit. He did not use the nether evil flame and the mysterious heavenly tribulation flame, the two most violent and unstable true fires, to fuse with the fiery lotus. This allowed him to activate the firmament fiery lotus more quickly, and he would not be completely exhausted. However, his divine powers and dermic powers were inevitably at a low ebb. Even the power of the heavenly calamity was not as strong as he wished. The red light of the heavenly calamity also gradually dimmed. Since he was not in his best condition, it became extremely difficult for him to break through the crack in the netherworld sea. Sword Venerable Firmament, who was fighting with Xiao Yan, naturally sensed all of this immediately. As he laughed, he forcefully suppressed his injuries and mustered his remaining courage to continue attacking Xiao Yan. Green sword light flashed continuously, piercing through the void and attacking Xiao Yan like a storm. Junior, it's commendable for you to have such strength as a primordial spirit incarnation realm cultivator. However, you're still far from being able to stop my immortal heaven from reappearing. Almost everyone knew the strengths and weaknesses of Xiao Yan's firmament fiery lotus. Although Sword Venerable Firmament had been trapped in Shushan for a long time, he was also well aware of this. Xiao Yan's ultimate attack could not do anything to him. Now he was at his mercy. Part of Sword Venerable Firmament's attention was focused on the heavenly immortal primordium sword formation, fighting Sword Venerable Tiangang. At the same time, he was also paying attention to Chuyang, Luo Qinggu, and Zhuge Zhan. Right now, even though he had the confidence to kill Xiao Yan who had fallen into a trough, he himself was also injured. If Luo Qinggu and the other two attacked now, they might not be able to do anything to him, but if he wanted to kill Xiao Yan, it would also be difficult. Sword Venerate Firmament felt an uneasy feeling in his heart. The source of this feeling is Xiao Yan in front of him. This causes him to not hesitate at all, wanting to kill the threat as soon as possible. Xiao Yan's expression was a little ashen, but his expression was calm, his gaze focused and calm. He calmly mobilized his remaining mana and did his best to gather Heaven's calamity's power to protect himself, countering every move that came his way, blocking Sword Venerable Firmament's attack. That ferocious red radiance lit up once again, blocking Sword Venerable Firmament's green sword light. However, this red light became more and more violent, gradually revealing a chaotic and unstable state. In Xiao Yan's current state, it was already too much for him to control the power of Heaven's Bane as he wished. If he forced it, he would lose control of the power. Sword Venerable Firmament's attacks became more and more urgent. His eyes were shrewd and ruthless, and he could see where Xiao Yan's problem lay. As long as he maintained enough pressure, Xiao Yan would be forced to forcibly draw upon the power of heavenly calamity, and the result of losing control of the power would be that Xiao Yan himself would be the first to be devoured by that fierce and overbearing red light. Although the situation was becoming more and more advantageous to him, the feeling of unease in Sword Exalt Firmament's heart was becoming more and more intense. If this kid had only utilized this strange energy from the beginning and used other methods to deal with me, then even if it would be difficult for him to defeat me, he might not necessarily lose, and the situation might even fall into a stalemate. Why does he want to dig his own grave? Sword Exalt Firmament's eyes narrowed into slits as a cold light surged ceaselessly within them. The stalemate was actually advantageous to Xiao Yan. Sword Exalt Firmament's energy was being held up by Xiao Yan, and Sword Exalt Firmament could not be distracted. On the other side, Sword Exalt Firmament would gradually gain the upper hand against the heavenly immortal primordium sword formation. The heavenly immortal sword had yet to completely return to perfection, and the sword formation did not have Sword Exalt Firmament presiding over it. In the end, he would not be able to hold off a great sword cultivator like Sword Exalt Firmament for long. In fact, Sword Exalt Firmament might even be able to seize control of the heavenly immortal primordium sword formation in the end. In Sword Exalt Firmament's eyes, Xiao Yan's eagerness to end the battle with a single strike was extremely abnormal. Other than Xiao Yan overestimating himself and advancing rashly, he could not find any other reason. However, Sword Exalt Firmament's intuition told him that although Xiao Yan was upright, he was not such a reckless and unwise person. With this thought in mind, Sword Exalt Firmament's sword shook, and he once again activated his Firmament Immortal Sword True Fruit to strengthen the ancient sword Firmament. Then, he once again executed the primordial spirit sword projection technique, pushing his strength to the extreme. He first blocked the attacks of Luo Qinggu, Chu Yang, and Zhuge Zhan with his sword. Then, he immediately turned around and swung his sword. The sword and man became one, turning into a boundless green light that covered the sky and earth as it attacked Xiao Yan. The green light world collapsed into a line and fiercely slashed down at Xiao Yan. The red light around Xiao Yan flickered continuously, blocking Sword Exalt Firmament's sword. However, the red light that was enduring Sword Exalt Firmament's fierce attack gradually started to lose control. The originally abnormally ferocious light no longer obeyed Xiao Yan's orders and focused solely on defense. Instead, it started to attack Sword Exalt Firmament. What put Xiao Yan in even more danger was that the red light was not only attacking outwards, but it was also attacking internally, endangering Xiao Yan's safety. The line of green light started to return to its original state under the violent attacks of the red light, no longer condensing. Sword Exalt Firmament and the ancient sword Firmament were also continuously enduring its attacks. However, after losing the protection of the red light, Xiao Yan, who was suffering from the red light's backlash and Sword Exalt Firmament's powerful attacks, was in an even more precarious situation. It looked like he was about to die here. Xiao Yan let out a long roar, and his primordial spirit instantly shed its human form, turning into a Taiji diagram of flames. The 7 great true fires turned into many small flames, together forming a huge Taiji diagram that covered the sky. The colorful flames were divided into yin and yang, spinning continuously in the world. However, they had lost their previous vitality and brilliance, appearing extremely weak. Suddenly, beams of golden light surged out from the Taiji diagram, covering the entire Taiji diagram. The light soared into the sky, isolating the red light from the heavenly calamity's backlash and Sword Exalt Firmament's sword light. Countless inscriptions were carved into the void within the thick golden pillar of light, giving off a profound concept of power. When Sword Exalt Firmament saw this golden pillar of light, he could not help but be stunned God's Descent Treasure Protecting Light. The Taishu Temple's God's Descent Golden Elixir. In the instant that the God's Descent Treasure Protecting Light appeared, Xiao Yan stabilized the power of heavenly calamity that had gone out of control. He then reduced its power, returning it to his control once more. The red light gathered once more, merging with the golden God's Descent Treasure Protecting Light to resist Sword Exalt Firmament's attack together. Sword Exalt Firmament returned to his senses and snorted coldly. So what if it's the God's Descent Treasure Protecting Light? His attacks became even more urgent. Although the power of heavenly calamity helped him defend once more, the golden God's Descent Treasure Protecting Light was still being worn down rapidly. Under Sword Exalt Firmament's attacks, the golden God's Descent Treasure Protecting Light gradually disappeared. As for Xiao Yan's power of heavenly calamity, he did not strengthen it. As a result, the red light was gradually being broken through by the green light. Beams of green sword light began to pierce through the red light, landing on the Taiji diagram formed by Xiao Yan's Yuanshen, truly injuring Xiao Yan's Yuanshen. The flames were extinguished one after another, and many scars appeared on the Taiji diagram, tearing out cracks and gaps. As if forced to, the ferocious red light formed by the power of heavenly calamity around the Taiji diagram finally grew stronger once more. However, as the red light resisted Sword Exalt Firmament's attacks, it gradually lost control and became chaotic once more. However, a long sigh came from the Taiji diagram formed by Xiao Yan's Yuanshen. It's just as Master said. I need a whetstone that can bring me a crisis of life and death. It can help me speed up my comprehension of the profundities of heavenly calamity, as well as help me completely discern my future path. In the netherworld sea that only Xiao Yan could see, the red light grew denser and denser in the gloomy world that was filled with calamities and tribulations. Although it had yet to return to its previous appearance as the heavenly calamity stone, it was gradually beginning to take shape. Although this incomparably ferocious creation treasure was not as resolute as the heaven exterminating sword, it was similarly filled with the power to destroy the world, as if it wanted to bring calamity and destruction to the great thousand worlds. However, it itself contained the power of creation and unique concepts. In the process of reforming its form, it once again evolved the process of achieving creation and the great Tao. Before the war between the two worlds, Xiao Yan had remained in the netherworld sea. Apart from communicating with the power of heavenly calamity and the netherworld sea, he had been observing the process and comprehending the principles within. At the same time as these principles and concepts unceasingly verified Xiao Yan's own comprehension of cultivating the Yin and Yang returning origin sutra, they also gradually cleared away the fog in front of Xiao Yan, revealing a clear path. However, Xiao Yan's cultivation and comprehension had gradually reached a bottleneck, and he had yet to take that final step. At this moment, the path before him was finally completely clear. Xiao Yan had officially stepped into this brand new world before him. Amidst the long howl, specks of light suddenly flickered in the center of the Taiji diagram, formed by Xiao Yan's Yuanshen. They seemed dim, but they grew brighter. It was as if sparks had suddenly shot out from a pile of fire that had been completely burnt out before reigniting once more. The sparks instantly turned into a prairie fire. The entire Taiji diagram seemed to have regained its luster at this moment. The flames surged into the sky, sweeping away the dejected and weak aura from before. It grew more and more vigorous and violent. Sword Venerable Firmament's heart sank as he stared fixedly at Xiao Yan's Yuanshen. With his understanding and experience of the Tao of heaven and earth, he quickly understood the changes in the dermic power and aura of Xiao Yan's Yuanshen, the power of the Tao of life. Furthermore, it's the power of the Tao of life that far surpasses the ordinary, and is rarely seen in the world. Cultivators of his realm have never seen the power of the Tao of life. As Xiao Yan's Yuan Shun regained its vigor, the power of heavenly calamity that it triggered also grew abruptly, completely blocking off Sword Venerable Firmament's attack. However, what was even more terrifying was that a flaming lotus was condensing on the Taiji diagram. Milky white, pure gold, bluish-purple, green, and black. The 5 colors represented the pure Yang True Fire, extreme Yang True Fire, Nether Evil Flame, Ksitigarbha True Fire, and Mysterious Heaven Tribulation Flame, respectively. This was a fiery lotus that was even more domineering and powerful than the 5-colored fiery lotus that Xiao Yan had activated for the first time. The power of annihilation and destruction contained within it caused Sword Venerable Firmament's heart to turn cold. A long howl resounded from the Taiji diagram, the birth and destruction of the Tao, the incessant fire, incinerating the heavens and destroying the earth, surviving the calamity. Amidst the howl, the terrifying fiery lotus flew out and struck towards Sword Venerable Firmament. Raging flames soared into the sky and tore the blue sky apart. Chapter 12:20. It was not the life and death of a single living being, but the life and death of the great Tao. The Taiji diagram, formed by Xiao Yan's primordial spirit, revealed a power that shocked even Sword Venerable Firmament. His attack was completely blocked by the red halo formed by the power of the heavenly calamity, while Xiao Yan's firmament flaming lotus attacked him without holding back. The terrifying power contained in the raging flames destroyed the world formed by the green sword light. At the same time, it also damaged Sword Venerable Firmament's heavenly immortal sword Qi and the firmament immortal sword True Fruit. Sword Venerable Firmament could clearly sense the destructive intent that was expanding along with the raging flames. A large number of light inscriptions appeared on the surface of the ancient sword firmament. These light inscriptions seemed to have become fuel for the flames and were incinerated. Sword Venerable Firmament's primordial spirit also had a large number of light inscriptions that were incinerated by the raging flames. This great Shushan, sword cultivator, who had attained the Tao since the Middle Epoch, suddenly felt that his consciousness was a little blurry. It was as if many things were leaving him. Everything that had happened in the blink of an eye seemed extremely long and torturous. However, amidst this torment, he deeply felt the ever-changing, irreversible, and irresistible despair. "Don't be arrogant, you brat!" Sword Venerable Firmament roared and pointed at the heavenly immortal primordium sword formation with his left hand. At this moment, he could no longer care about Sword Venerable Tiangang. He only wanted to activate the heavenly immortal primordium sword formation and kill Xiao Yan together with him. However, as he pointed, he realized that the heavenly immortal primordium sword formation was being held back by Sword Venerable Tiangang and could not descend. In the sky, the heavenly void mystic light that was supporting the heavenly immortal primordium sword formation had been completely worn down by Sword Venerable Tiangang. The sword formation was also gradually being suppressed by Sword Venerable Tiangang. Sword Venerable Tiangang pursed his lips tightly. His consciousness reverberated in the heavens and earth. "Firmament, stop! Ice and coal cannot be placed in the same furnace. Tiangang, there's nothing much to talk about between us. The hard work of our Shushan ancestors and the tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation have all been for naught. Nonsense." Sword Venerable Firmament's voice was like rolling thunder. "Even if I die today, I will kill this brat. If Xianmen Tianzong wants to step on Mount Shu to rise, they will have to pay the price." Sword Venerable Firmament's left hand changed into a sword seal as he used all his might to jab a finger at the immortal grand beginning sword array. At that moment, the sword array came to a sudden stop. The sword Qi and sword will that filled the sky seemed to freeze at this moment. At this moment, the mountain guarding formations of the other 8 major sword sects suddenly calmed down. It was as if nothing had happened, causing Thunderous Sword Venerable, Celestial Sword Venerable, and the others to feel puzzled. Sword Sovereign Celestial Dipper, who was standing in front of the Immortal Foundation sword formation, had a slight change in his expression. His divine sense rippled through the air. "Tsangming, you've gone mad." His sky sword galaxy couldn't care less anymore. It spun in the void and descended rapidly towards the Immortal Sky Grand Beginning Sword formation. When the Big Dipper Sword Venerate's sword light came into contact with the Immortal Sky Primordium Sword formation, the Immortal Sky Primordium Sword formation suddenly moved. This movement was earth-shattering. It was as if the surrounding heaven and earth were trembling because of it. A ray of light suddenly shot out from the Immortal Sky Grand Beginning Sword formation, causing the surrounding clouds to move. At the center of the light was a white jade longsword. It was the Heavenly Immortal Sword. The Heavenly Immortal Sword shook in the air and released a ray of flowing light that swept the people of Shu Mountain into the distance. Meanwhile, it flew down towards Sword Venerable Firmament. The other treasure in the sword formation, the Primordium Sword Stone, suddenly exploded. The square-shaped black stone transformed into countless streams of light and shot out in all directions. The few major sword formations that were supplying the Immortal Sky Grand Beginning Sword formation also went berserk at this moment. All the sword chi was drawn to Shu Mountain in a desperate and crazy manner. The Celestial Sword Sect, the Thunderous Sword Sect, and the Songhai Sword Sect could still hold on, but the Celeritas Sword Sect, the Constellation Sword Sect, the Sun and Moon Sword Sect, the Blaze Sword Sect, the Wilderness Sword Sect, and the Immortal Sky Grand Beginning Sword formation collapsed at the same time, with the Primordium Sword Stone as the lead, the Majestic Sword Chi, and Sword Essence all burst out at this moment. The terrifying power that erupted in that instant caused Sword Venerable Heavenly Dipper to have no choice but to stop. However, what made his heart sink even more was that Sword Venerable Firmament had extended his left hand at this moment, caught the Immortal Heaven Sword, and then slashed it towards Xiao Yan. Although it was not complete, the Heavenly Immortal Sword's power was terrifying. Boundless sword chi spread out and finally protected the seriously injured Sword Venerable Firmament. Sword Venerable Firmament grabbed the Heavenly Immortal Sword with his left hand and endured the violent bombardment of the raging flames. His target was Xiao Yan, and he would not stop until he was dead. The flaming Tai Chi diagram formed by Xiao Yan's primordial spirit seemed to have a figure standing proudly in the sea of flames, staring coldly at Sword Venerable Firmament. If you want to fight to the death, then let's fight to the death. Let's see who dies first. As Xiao Yan shouted in a low voice, the flames that formed the Tai Chi diagram, which had dimmed and weakened due to the second firmament fire lotus, became bright again. Countless broken light patterns appeared above the Tai Chi diagram. Then, under the illumination of the flames, they became whole again. Countless new light patterns and talismans were continuously condensed. The surging red light around Xiao Yan's primordial spirit surged and became more and more condensed. It actually formed an illusory light figure in the air. The scarlet light figure was like a huge stone pillar that could support the heavens and the earth. However, this pillar of red light that looked like a pillar that could support the heavens not only made people unable to feel at ease, but also made their hearts palpitate even more uneasily. It made them feel danger and fear. Although this red light pillar was illusory, its appearance and the intent it contained were clearly similar to the extremely vicious creation Dharma treasure, the heavenly calamity in the netherworld sea. Sword Venerable Firmament's Heavenly Immortal Sword pierced the scarlet light pillar that looked like the heavenly calamity. The sharp edge of the sword seemed to cause the entire world to transform into sharp swords to attack together. The white jade-like sword forcefully pierced into the scarlet light pillar and slowly advanced. However, Sword Venerable Firmament's pupils contracted violently. Although the heavenly immortal sword had reappeared in the world, it was not completely complete and could not compare to the might of a true creation Dharma treasure. Sword Venerable Firmament himself was also an arrow at the end of its flight and could not pierce through the power projection of the heavenly calamity in one strike. Although the heavenly calamity's sword edge was constantly breaking through the obstruction of the scarlet light pillar and was getting closer and closer to Xiao Yan's primordial spirit in Sword Venerable Firmament's eyes, it was so close yet so far. At the same time that the power projection of the heavenly calamity condensed into a scarlet light pillar, Xiao Yan's third five-colored fire lotus also silently appeared in the void. The raging flames from before had not completely dissipated and were still spreading between heaven and earth, destroying everything it came into contact with. An even more ferocious and domineering flame exploded once again. At the same time that it triggered a terrifying calamity, the raging flames from before gathered once more and erupted together. The power was like the tide, wave after wave, lasting for a long time without end. Sword Venerable Firmament let out a furious roar and ignored the raging flames as he urged the heavenly immortal sword forward with all his might. He stabbed at Xiao Yan, wanting to perish together with him. The flaming Taiji diagram, formed by Xiao Yan's primordial spirit, continuously circulated in the void, and the dim flames became bright once more. The scarlet light pillar formed by the power of the heavenly calamity suddenly erupted with a ferocious power, turning defense into offense as it swept toward the heavenly immortal sword and Sword Venerable Firmament. The power of the heavenly calamity and the raging flames intertwined inside and outside, adding an earth-shattering might to Sword Venerable Firmament and the heavenly immortal sword. Sword Venerable Firmament was already heavily injured, and his spirit began to shatter. However, what made him even more furious was that a crack had suddenly appeared on the flawless white blade of the immortal heaven sword under the intense distortion of the two great powers. No, Sword Venerable Firmament roared angrily. The tip of the heavenly immortal sword could not withstand the enormous pressure and broke apart. Almost at the same time, all the thoughts in Sword Venerable Firmament's mind came to an abrupt halt. His primordial spirit was completely destroyed, engulfed by the roaring sea of fire and red light. Luo Qinggu, Chu Yang, and Zhuge Zhan also retreated far away, looking solemnly at the world that had completely turned into a world of flames. Sword Venerable Tiangong's deep sigh rang out in the void. The explosion of the heavenly sword formation and the intertwining of the raging flames had caused the vast 1,000 domains of the divine land to be damaged at this moment. The original location of Shu Mountain had already been reduced to nothing, forming a domain of destruction. Within the boundless raging flames, a figure gradually appeared and slowly walked out of the sea of fire. Dressed in black and purple robes, he was tall and valiant. It was Xiao Yan. At this moment, there were still sporadic flames floating around his body, but they were not burning on his body. Instead, they were only circling around him. As Xiao Yan walked, he nonchalantly reached out to extinguish the flames on his body. His expression was cold and calm. As he strolled through the raging flames, he was like an emperor who had walked out of a fiery hell. And within the boundless raging flames, Sword Venerable Firmament's figure was already nowhere to be seen. Sword Venerable Tiangang and Xiao Yan looked at each other in silence. He put away the ancient sword Heavenly Dipper and raised his palm towards the sky. A figure flew out of the sea of fire, but it was dim and lightless at this moment. It was a long sword that looked like white jade. It was the heavenly immortal sword. But what was shocking was that the tip of the white jade sword had been broken, and it was nowhere to be seen. This once unparalleled sword in the world had been reforged. Before it could be completely completed, it had suffered another heavy blow and broken once again under the combined attack of Xiao Yan and Tianyi, and the ancient sword Heavenly Dipper, which was once known as the ancient sword Heavenly Dipper in Sword Venerable Tiangong's hand, was already severely damaged. Together with Sword Venerable Firmament, it had been completely destroyed. In this battle, Xiao Yan had forcibly killed a great sword cultivator who was only one step away from the Dharma-ending realm. Sword Venerable Firmament, the Grand Elder of Mount Shu, had even broken the reforged Heavenly Immortal Sword. Although the Heavenly Immortal Sword was still a long way from becoming a Dharma treasure, it was still far from being comparable to a Mahayana realm Dharma treasure. If Xiao Yan's accomplishments were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire Great Heaven world. After Wang Lin and Zhu Yi, Xiao Yan had also successfully taken this crucial step. Not only had he completely identified the direction of his future cultivation path, but he had also advanced towards the center of the stage of the Great Heaven world. Sword Venerable Tiangang looked at Xiao Yan in silence. Xiao Yan stood calmly in the void and also did not speak. There was no sound between heaven and earth. Only the remaining raging flames continued to burn. Chapter 12:21. Xiao Yan and Sword Venerable Celestial Dipper looked at each other. Neither of them spoke, and the situation fell into silence. By comprehending the opposing power of the great Tao, Xiao Yan could alleviate the injuries caused by using the celestial fiery lotus and the power of the Tao of destruction. However, with the repeated injuries, even the power of the Tao of life would need time to heal. At this moment, he still had the strength to fight, but his mystique and dermic power would inevitably be greatly weakened. As for the injuries caused by the backlash of the heavenly calamity and Sword Venerable Firmament's Sword Tao, they still existed. However, Xiao Yan had many elixirs with him, and after taking them, his injuries had already stabilized. Facing Sword Venerable Celestial Dipper, who was in the Dharma-ending realm, Xiao Yan was neither servile nor overbearing, and faced him calmly. Although Sword Venerable Celestial Dipper's expression was calm, his gaze inevitably became complicated. Luo Qingwu, Chu Yang, and Zhuge Zhan came to Xiao Yan's side together. Ji Wenrui, Sword Venerable Li, and the other Shushan cultivators who had regained their freedom also came to stand behind Sword Venerable Celestial Dipper, all with gloomy and complicated expressions. Whether it was Sword Venerable Firmament or Sword Venerable Shaozi, and the others who had been killed by Luo Qingwu, they were all longtime elders of the Shushan Sword Sect and core grandmasters. Their deaths caused the already unstable Shushan Sword Sect to suffer heavy losses. At this moment, the Shushan Sword Sect was in a terrible state, almost as bad as the situation after Ji Huang. Xinyuan destroyed the sect in the Middle Era. However, one of the main reasons for this situation was Sword Venerable Firmament and the others themselves. Sword Venerable Firmament's death was also because he wanted to fight to the death with Xiao Yan. Moreover, Sword Venerable Firmament and the others had left behind a mess. The immortal Taichu sword formation had been broken, and the other major Sword Tao sects had also been affected. There would be many loose ends to clean up after this. The war between the two worlds had not ended, and the Shushan Sword Sect was already in a difficult situation. Although Sword Venerable Celestial Dipper was still holding down the fort, the situation was not much better than the Great Qin Empire. Looking at the immortal heavenly sword that had broken again, the Shushan cultivators had even more complicated feelings. Looking at the current situation, Sword Venerable Firmament and the others had not participated in the previous battle, so they could not be counted. However, this was equivalent to sacrificing the heavenly immortal primordium sword formation for nothing. This made everyone in Shushan, from top to bottom, feel extremely depressed. This made it difficult for them to not have complicated feelings when facing Xiao Yan and the others. As for the actions of Sword Venerable Firmament and the others, Sword Venerable Astral Dipper, and Ji Wenrui found it very difficult to use the words rebellion and internal strife to pin the blame on them. Xiao Yan and Luo Qinggu didn't say anything. Silently, they just stood there, waiting for Sword Venerable Tiangang and Ji Wenrui to make their own decisions. However, at this moment, the world suddenly shook violently. It was as if the ripples from the void outside the world were shaking the divine land's boundless world. The location was not at Shushan. It seemed to be extremely far away, and the commotion did not seem as great as the battle between Xiao Yan, Sword Lord Astral Dipper, and Sword Lord Firmament. However, Sword Lord Astral Dipper and Xiao Yan were both looking towards the northeast. White Cloud Mountain. Xiao Yan and Sword Lord Astral Dipper frowned slightly. The battle that was going on there was even bigger and more horrifying than the one in Shushan. Similar tremors had always happened before, but the one just now was especially shocking. Yudu race attacked White Cloud Mountain, and it was obvious that the battle had already reached its climax. Outside the boundary of the boundless world, in the endless void, an incomparable battle was currently going on. A huge humanoid beast covered in silver first stood proudly in the void, its body flashing with purple radiance that was covered in black runes. A beam of pure black light shot out from its forehead, landing on a ball of light that seemed to be extremely big and yet extremely small at the same time. That ball of light flashed with a mysterious and indescribable brilliance. It retracted its defense with all its might to block the black radiance that the huge beast had given off. However, under the influence of the black radiance, the brilliance on the surface of the ball of light was continuously melting. Even though it became resplendent and bright, it became ordinary and lost that mysterious and high concept of power. However, on the surface of the ball of light, there were still rays of purplish gold brilliance flowing endlessly. They were like long dragons that were helping the ball of light to block the black, profound light. As the long dragons roared, they shook the heavens and seemed to gather the faith of all living beings, forming a supreme, awe-inspiring might. It even faintly caused the chi of the earth veins in the boundless world of the divine land to tremble nonstop. Even though the purplish gold-like dragons were shattering continuously, it slowed down the speed of the black, profound light breaking through the ball of light. That huge beast was naturally the current chief of Yudu race, Yudu 12 Fantasy Sons, also known as Fantasy Son Yudu. Fantasy Son, Yudu looked at this sight calmly. Is this gathering the so-called chi of the dragon vein in the mortal world of the divine land? In the void far behind him stood a bunch of Yudu beasts. They all looked like humans, and there were purple light markings on the surface of their skin. The two Yudu beasts in the lead were both extremely tall. One looked like an old man, and the other looked like a middle-aged man. The Yudu that was slightly older said silently, "It's fine if we don't look for them, but they still dare to come and pick a fight? Looks like our race has truly left this boundless world for far too long." He tilted his head slightly. Follow this so-called chi of the dragon vein and deal with it. Even though the master of Xian Gate has news of him rushing back from Heaven Wasteland vast lands, he can't split himself up, so he can only take care of White Cloud Mountain. When the Yudu beasts behind him heard that, they grinned and revealed a mouthful of sharp fangs that looked like a dragon or a wolf. The middle-aged Yudu waved his hand. "Grand Uncle Kong Yuan, there's no need to go through so much trouble. We can just end things here. The chi meridians that are connected to them will just shock those humans to death." The old Kong Yuan, Yudu pondered for a moment and nodded. "Oh, well, since Chief has already said so, we don't have to worry." Qingluan, let me and you do it. He paused for a moment and turned to look behind him. Jingyan, you come as well. Since we are going to fight, we might as well be thorough. Behind him and Qingluan Yudu stood 3 tall Yudu beasts. The one in the middle heard him and nodded with a smile. He walked out of the crowd and came to the side of Kongyuan Yudu and Qingluan Yudu. The 3 great demons of Yudu roared at the sky at the same time and revealed their true forms. Terrifying demonic power rippled in all directions, and just one long roar tore cracks in the void. Unparalleled Yudu splendor, ethereal splendor of Yudu. Radiant splendor of Yudu, 1 gold, 1 white, and 1 red. 3 resplendent rays of light lit up in the void at the same time. Endless multicolored clouds and talismans and divine markings appeared at the same time, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was hard to tell the direction of the void. The 3 rays of light landed on the huge ball of light that was formed by the white cloud mountain of Taishu Temple, along with Yudu's Yudu profound splendor. Almost in an instant, the numerous purple-gold dragon shadows on the ball of light started to shatter. Qingluan Yudu sneered. The treasure that triggered the ritual isn't bad, but the cultivation of the person executing the ritual is too low. Even if it's the so-called power of all life and chi of the veins of the earth, it's only SOSO. Under the bombardment of the 4 rays of light, the chi of the dragon vein on the ball of light started to crumble. Even the ball of light that was formed by the white cloud mountain started to crumble. Under the guidance of the chi of the dragon vein, West Hill City and Tianjing City on the vast land of the divine prefecture suddenly shook. At this moment, the 2 magnificent cities seemed to have encountered an unprecedented strong earthquake. The huge cities that usually seemed unshakable were in danger of collapsing at this moment. Above the imperial palace of Tianjing City was a huge palace that was even more majestic and imposing than the imperial palace of Great Zhou. It was like the divine palace of an immortal king. It floated in the sky, and it was none other than the Grand Imperial Palace. Large amounts of chi of the dragon vein was gathered above the Grand Imperial Palace, and there was a huge ball of light above it. The ball of light flashed continuously, sending the chi of the dragon vein of Great Zhou and the chi of the dragon vein of Great Qin into the void outside the world to strengthen the white cloud mountain. At that moment, the pressure on the white cloud mountain suddenly increased, and the ritual couldn't take it anymore. The light that was formed by the chi of the dragon vein crumbled in large amounts, and the huge pressure spread along the dragon vein and tore through the void to attack the Grand Imperial Palace. Under the effect of that violent power, the ball of light above the Grand Imperial Palace was about to shatter. Under the guidance of the chi activity, West Tomb City and Tianjing City were on the verge of collapse. This is the limit. In the Grand Imperial Palace, Emperor Liang Pan of Zhou had a solemn expression, but his gaze was calm. He seemed to be very confident. The spells on his hands changed continuously, and the huge Grand Imperial Palace shone brightly. A complicated yet simple and profound picture appeared and fused into the ball of light above the Grand Imperial Palace. The ball of light suddenly trembled and shattered in the sky, turning into flowing light that dissipated. The complicated and simple picture flashed in the sky for a moment. Under the flash of the picture, the terrifying pressure that came from the White Cloud Mountain actually flowed towards West Tomb City. The portion that flowed towards Tianjing City was blocked by the defense formation of Tianjing City that was strengthened by the chi of the dragon vein by the Grand Imperial Palace. At that moment, in the void outside the realm, the 4 strong practitioners of the Yudu race bombarded the White Cloud Mountain together, quickly disintegrating the chi of the dragon vein that was strengthening the mountain. Green Crest Yudu tilted his head slightly and sneered. Back then in the Spirit Sea, other than your Taishu Temple, There should have been a third power. Was it the master of Xian Gate? Was it you guys or him who tried to reopen the Spirit Sea? No matter which one it was, both of you helped our race greatly. Otherwise, we might have had to wait a few more years before we could return to the boundless world. Mirage Sun Yudu had a calm expression. The terrifying Yudu profound light shook the heavens, and the overbearing black profound light actually forcefully broke the great void profound light that covered the sky outside the White Cloud Mountain. The White Cloud Mountain that had transformed into the Nine Heavens Imperial Court trembled violently, and the great formation of Yin Yang that had fused with the great void profound light was also separated from the terrifying Yudu profound light. In the great void Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Dao Venerable Xian, Yi, Yananlai, and the Taishu Temple flashed and were separated from the great void Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Without the protection of the White Cloud Mountain and the formation, Dao Venerable Xian, Yi, Yananlai, Kuang-hung, and the rest had to face the strong practitioners of Yudu. The consequences were unimaginable, but at that moment, a vast purple chi spread out in the endless void and sealed the surrounding heaven and earth. The eyes of the strong practitioners of Mirage Sun, Yudu, Empty Plains, Yudu, Green Crest, Yudu, and the rest flashed at the same time. The master of Xian Gate, Mirage Sun, Yudu slowly turned around. The purple chi dispersed and revealed a celestial mountain that was like white jade. On the celestial mountain, a seven-colored treasure tree glowed brilliantly, and its branches and leaves rustled. At the foot of the profound sky treasure tree, a youth in purple stood calmly with his hands behind his back. It was Lin Feng. Chapter 1222. In the void, Mirage Sun Yudu put away Yudu profound flower and turned around. Silently, he looked at Lin Feng, who was on the peak of Jade Capital Mountain. He said indifferently, "Master of Xian Gate, as expected, we will meet again soon." Lin Feng also looked at Mirage Sun Yudu, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. 12 Mirage Sons of Yudu. Mirage Sun Yudu said, "You appearing here means that the ancient devil ape race can reappear on Spirit Abyss Mountain? Is the current master of the ancient devil ape race a heaven-connecting profound handle?" As he spoke, his gaze became calm as though he was contacting someone. But soon, Mirage Sun Yudu's gaze flickered, and a slightly astonished emotion appeared in his eyes. He looked at Lin Feng again and examined him again. "You actually have such methods. Even though you have left, you can still trap the ancient devil ape race in Spirit Abyss Mountain. This is truly unexpected. I seem to have underestimated you." Mirage Sun Yudu looked at Lin Feng with a solemn and serious expression. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "I seem to have made the wrong decision. The main force of Taishu Temple and Haotian Mirror are staying in Xianhai, and White Cloud Mountain is merely an empty shell. They still have some power to guard their own mountain gate, but if they want to go out, there's nothing to worry about. On the contrary, no matter where you are, you always have power that makes people pay attention to you. I'll head straight to Spirit Abyss Mountain and get rid of you with the ancient devil ape race first. After that, I'll slowly deal with the rest. Things will be even smoother then." Mirage Sun Yuda's tone was calm, but it was obvious that he was speaking from his feelings. Even though there was regret in his words, as though he was reviewing his own mistakes, the confidence contained in his words could be heard by anyone. Even after knowing the strangeness and overbearingness of Lin Feng's heaven-severing sealed realm, Mirage Sun Yudu was only astonished before paying attention to him. He didn't have any fear. Silently, Lin Feng looked at Sun Mirage Yudu. The current chief of Yudu race in front of him was obviously an extremely pragmatic, strong practitioner. While possessing great power, he wasn't afraid to use other methods to expand his advantage and fight for the final victory. However, he was obviously well-versed in the principle of combining oddities and righteousness. When the situation was out of his expectations and he needed to fight head-on, this demon didn't mind fighting head-on with his strength at all and was filled with confidence. Lin Feng chuckled. I have long heard of the name of Yudu. Today, I finally see a living Yudu with flesh and blood. As he spoke, Lin Feng simply sat down at the peak of Mount Yujing. Then he lightly patted the rocks at the peak of the mountain and smiled. Grow, grow, grow. Yujing Mountain, which was originally 10,000 feet tall, instantly filled the heavens and earth, dominating the surroundings. Even in the endless void that made people lose their sense of distance, they could still feel the pressure and size of this majestic celestial mountain. On the peak of Jade Capital, the mysterious sky treasure tree gave off a glow that was like a crystal barrier. Together with the chaotic and hazy glow that Mount Yujing gave off, they merged into the vast and mighty cyclic purple chi around the mountain. Around the white jade celestial mountain, auspicious clouds that were the color of jade instantly appeared and shrouded the entire Mount Yujing within. In the next moment, Mount Yujing attacked the strong practitioners of Yudu race. Other than Sun Mirage Yudu stopping and turning around to face Mount Yujing, the three great demons of Yudu, Empty Plain Yudu, Green Crest Yudu, and Scenic Flame Yudu, didn't slow down at all, even though they were curiously looking at Lin Feng's side. Their berserk demon power continued to attack the people of Taishu Temple. Dao Venerable Xian Yi Taishu Temple and Yen Nanlai were jolted away from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court, that looked like a huge ball of light, immediately returned to the divine land of the boundless world, gradually changing back to the appearance of White Cloud Mountain. The great formation of Yin Yang of the Supreme Void was also violently shaken. Other than Kuang Heng, Dao Venerable Qing Ning, Fu Yunkong, and Lin Dao Han, the other cultivators of Taishu Temple had their primordial spirits injured. The operation of the formation became incomparably sluggish. The group of strong practitioners of Yudu didn't give Taishu Temple any time to catch their breath. They attacked Dao Venerable Xian Yi and the rest, making it impossible for them to re-establish the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The situation instantly fell into a chaotic battle. Sun Mirage Yudu looked at Lin Feng and Mount Yujing and immediately clawed at them. The silver-white hair on his claw transformed into a sky full of silver light that shone in the void. Around the silver light was a purple halo that was engraved with runes of black light markings. It revealed a powerful force that could shake heaven and earth. The silver light was the bones and tendons, while the purple light was the flesh and blood. The surface was covered with densely packed black light markings. Together, they formed a huge claw that grabbed at the auspicious clouds that were the color of jade outside Mount Yujing. Lin Feng's expression didn't change. The Taiji tattoo on his forehead continued to spin. In the depths of the Taiji tattoo, a true spirit divine marking shone brightly. In his eyes, misty rays of light flew out from his pupils. Every ray of light transformed into a Taiji tattoo. Black and white mixed together, yin and yang complemented each other. They spun rapidly in the void around Mount Yujing, glistening brightly. In the center of every Taiji tattoo, there seemed to be a figure sitting upright with both hands forming a mudra. Above the heads of these figures, rays of light shone and condensed into the shape of celestial mountains. Numerous Taiji tattoos, numerous figures, numerous celestial mountains, and numerous spells trembled together. They then struck a palm towards the galaxy in the universe and shouted in unison, "Go!" The divine art of changing heaven and earth was unleashed, shaking the celestial river of stars. It was as if billions of stars were going to change their paths and fall together. That extremely terrifying, boundless, mighty force reinforced Mount Yujing, blocking the huge claw that Sun Mirage Yudu had grabbed over. At the same time, specks of light that were like dust scattered around Mount Yujing. Every speck of light landed on a Taiji tattoo. Those specks of light suddenly spread out and burst forth with a majestic power that could transform mustard seeds into Sumeru seeds. 49 specks of light transformed into 49 worlds, and the huge power also reinforced Mount Yujing. Sun Mirage Yuda's gaze flickered. This divine art of yours is so strange. Lin Feng smiled faintly and didn't reply. His true body sat on the peak of Mount Yujing and gently clapped his palms together. More and more majestic power shook the dark void in the distance. Ribbons of light lit up in the void and turned from illusion to reality. They connected and converged on Mount Yujing, and it was as if a boundless world was pressing down together. Sun Mirage Yudu felt his hands suddenly sink. Your paths, skills, and divine arts have fused into the skills of my race's heavenly Tao demon scriptures, yet they are different. Large amounts of light flashed in Sun Mirage Yudu's eyes and filled the void like a vast ocean. I can faintly feel the aura of the heavenly eye golden bead and grand heavenly immortal realm on your body. The other person in the spirit sea other than Taishu Temple is indeed you. Sun Mirage Yudu raised his other claw and gently waved it in the void. Immediately, a few streams of light streaked across and split the void with an unstoppable force as they attacked Mount Yujing. Lin Feng saw this and thought to himself, a Yudu in the middle of the calamity has revealed his true form. As expected, he's extraordinary. A small spot of light flew out from the heart of his brows and spread out. Countless runes and formation markings expanded in the space and transformed into a huge formation that shrouded Mount Yujing. The center of the formation also landed on Mount Yujing with Ding of Shenzhou sitting in it. The formation circulated rapidly and transformed into boundless light. It was imbued with the jade-like auspicious clouds and swept towards Sun Mirage Yudu. Lin Feng took in a deep breath, and his body also suddenly expanded. He stood tall as if he was the ruler of the universe. With a breath, there would be a void storm. With a stomp of his feet, the world would crumble. When he opened his eyes, it was like the sun and moon alternating. His right hand formed a spell, and his palm pushed forward. His left hand smacked onto Mount Yujing that was also as huge as the starry sky. The black and white divine light of creation immediately appeared on Jade Capital Mountain. One after another, balls of light rose from the black and white sea of light. Within the balls of light, countless chants of the great Tao rang out. It was as if gods had awakened one after another. They opened their eyes and chanted together. The surface of the auspicious clouds that were like white jade outside Mount Yujing was also covered in a layer of black and white light. It became more and more ethereal and vast. That terrifying aura made even the Yudu beasts fearful. Sun Mirage Yudu's light seemed to be able to slice heaven and earth and destroy worlds, but when it landed on Mount Yujing, it couldn't break through its defense. The black light markings on the surface of this Yudu great demon flowed endlessly, and the mournful wails of the great Tao in the void rang out endlessly. The belt of light that was formed by the great Tao of heaven and earth on Mount Yujing was continuously shattering. Phantom Sun Yudu was expressionless, and his violent power intimidated the heavens. Even though all the changes on Jade Capital Mountain were concealed under the auspicious clouds that were like jade, and he couldn't see the exact changes, he could clearly feel the power that was continuously becoming stronger. His reaction to this was to further strengthen his own power. The huge claw of light that was pressing down on Mount Yujing relaxed and retracted. Then, boundless light suddenly gathered together to form a ball of light. The ball of light had a silvery white core, and its outer layer was pure purple. There were large amounts of black light markings covering its surface, and it swirled in the void. Sun Mirage Yudu suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a beam of silver light, which landed on the ball of light. The ball of light instantly exploded and became incomparably dazzling. Beams of light shot out continuously in the void. A random beam of light could tear open the boundary and shatter the ball of light. The boundless void in the surroundings was riddled with holes, and it was on the verge of shattering. The power of the boundary stirred up the void and formed dazzling light that spread in all directions. It made Lin Feng and Sun Mirage Yudu feel as if they were in a boundless sea of light. The entire void was like a mirror, and at that moment there were large amounts of cracks on the surface of the mirror. The beams of light that Sun Mirage Yudu executed were as sharp and glaring as needles, but they were also extremely terrifying. Any one of them seemed to surpass the sharpest divine weapon in the world. Lin Feng's void, return-conjured body, seemed to transform into light at that moment, becoming half black and half white. Then his body gradually fused with Mount Yujing. Heaven execution, sword formation. Lin Feng's voice rang out in the void, and in the next moment, a black sword formation that was unprecedentedly brutal appeared in the starry sky of the universe. Countless black light swords floated around the terrifying blood-colored chi pillar, and the huge sword formation drew upon the boundless brutality of heaven and earth to destroy all living things. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have transformed into a huge blood-colored sword that pointed straight at Sun Mirage Yudu. Light flashed, and a layer of jade-like brilliance appeared on the surface of the huge blood-colored sword. At the tip of the sword, there was a spot of black and white divine light that flowed continuously. In the next moment, as the huge sword danced, it slashed down the beams of light that were like an apocalyptic storm. Chapter 12:23. The ruthless edge of the sword was like an apocalyptic calamity as it swept across the void. The great Tao of heaven and earth had manifested and condensed into a stream of light to bless the surroundings of Jade Capital Mountain. But at that moment, the situation changed. The strips of light shattered under the terrifying sword edge of the Heaven Punishment Sword formation. The streams of light that Mirage Sun Yudu had unleashed were also sliced off by the tip of the blood-colored sword that seemed to be formed by the entire heaven and earth. I heard you have a ruthless sword that can destroy heaven and Tao and throw the universe into chaos. Light flowed in Mirage Sun Yudu's eyes. Your divine art seems to come from the same source as the concept of power of your sword. His huge body stood tall in the void as he shouted in a deep voice, "If that's the case, let me see that sword of yours." As he spoke, black light shone from the heart of Mirage Sun Yudu's brows. The black light looked incomparably deep, as though it was the darkest existence in heaven and earth. However, it was also incomparably dazzling, as though it was the center of the universe. The instant the black light appeared, the morning of the great Tao was clear and ear-piercing. It was as though the boundless universe was also mourning. At that moment, even Lin Feng, who was on Jade Capital Mountain, frowned slightly as he felt immense pressure. Silently, Mirage Sun Yudu said, "Yudu Xianhua." The violent black light only appeared for an instant before it collided with the power of Lin Feng's Heaven Punishment Sword formation. The void at the point of contact turned into nothingness and shattered into chaos. This chaos quietened down as the earth, water, fire, and wind were all annihilated. There was no way for new creation to be born. The black Yudu, Xianhua, shone continuously in heaven and earth, displaying its overbearing destructive power. It was pure and extreme, and its power seemed endless. Silently, Lin Feng looked at this scene and thought to himself, it's similar yet different from the Yudu Xianhua of Yu Wang's celestial sea. However, they both have extremely powerful destructive power. No wonder it can break the 9 heavens of the Great Void Palace. The Yudu race lives up to their reputation. This is the product of the combination of the innate divine art of Yudu's race and heavenly Tao demon scriptures. Only the true Yudu can unleash its extreme power. Even though the Enchantress and Golden Rock Sage cultivated heavenly Tao demon scriptures and refined Yudu Xianhua, they could only raise their power to a certain extent. They couldn't unleash it to its peak. Lin Feng's left hand needed a spell, and the index and middle fingers of his right hand formed a sword. All kinds of powers fused together and executed heaven execution sword formation to transform into a peerless sword edge to face the Yudu Xianhua of Mirage Sun Yudu. The ferocious edge of the sword drew boundless evil energy from the heavens and the earth, and it seemed as if everything in the world was coming to an end, and the path of the grand Tao had come to an end. Before it, everything in the world was ceaselessly being destroyed, and everything in the world was exhausted and walking towards destruction. Even that terrifying black, profound light seemed to have started to crumble and shatter when it was pierced by the blade of the sword. When the terrifying black, profound light was stabbed by the sword, the point of contact seemed to start collapsing. But under his execution, the Yudu Xianhua seemed to be endless. It flashed continuously, and its majestic power gradually wrapped around the huge blood-red sword formed by the Heaven Punishment Sword formation. While it was withstanding the sharp light of the sword, it was also bombarding the huge blood-red sword from all directions. Even though large amounts of black, profound entrances were destroyed, the world-annihilating sword formed by the Heaven Punishment Sword formation was also under immense pressure. It was like a peerless longsword. Although the sharpness of the sword was indestructible, there were countless sledgehammers smashing on the blade of the longsword from all angles, trying to twist and break it and completely shatter it. Under the shroud of the jade-like, auspicious clouds, Lin Feng stood on Jade Capital Mountain, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Huan Sun Yudu said, solemnly, the grand heavenly immortal and the heavenly sea golden bead are with you. Are you the one who ruined Brother Tianhai's plan, and our race's great plan to refine the spirit sea? When Lin Feng heard that, he indifferently said, the grand heavenly immortal and the heavenly sea golden bead are indeed with me. However, Yu Wang's celestial sea's plan was foiled by his own hands. After witnessing everything in the spirit sea back then, Lin Feng had already understood Yu Wang's celestial sea's complete plan after connecting all the causes and effects. Even though Yu Wang's celestial sea had perished and the other strong practitioners of Yudu had been forced to hide, there was a grand heavenly immortal who had shed his corporeal body and demon power. Even his demon soul had undergone special treatment, such that his soul imprint and memories weren't preserved. Thus, he had broken free from the restraints of the white halo formed by the power of the spirit sea. After reincarnating again and again, he had completely broken free from the surveillance of the spirit sea. Once this step was completed, when the grand immortal realm came into contact with the heavenly sea golden bead and awakened, the spirit sea that had been sealed by the Yu Wang heaven sea could be reopened. It was a secret door that the Yu Wang heaven sea had left behind. As for the grand heavenly immortal who was reborn as Yudu, after his spirit sea reopened, he immediately entered it through the golden seal stone talisman left behind by the Dark Emperor Celestial Sea. When grand heavenly immortal entered the spirit sea, they would work together with Mirage Sun, Yudu, and the other strong practitioners of Yudu to remove the imprint that the spirit sea had placed on the Yudu strong practitioners in a short period of time. Then, they would work together to refine the Spirit Sea during the Battle of Ing Si Back. Then, Grand Immortal Realm had fused with the Heavenly Sea Golden Bead to be reborn. After that, 2 years had passed in the Great Thousand Worlds, and only then did the Taishu Temple re-enter the Spirit Sea. If the Yuhuang Celestial Sea plan was successful, the Yudu race could even control the Spirit Sea without the people of the Heaven Primordial World knowing anything. However, there was a problem with Yuhuang Celestial Sea's plan. To be precise, it wasn't the plan itself that had a problem, but the person executing the plan had a problem. Grand Heavenly Immortal had been passively reincarnated again and again, so the problem naturally wasn't him. According to Lin Feng's speculation, there should be someone assisting in the Dark in Yuhuang Celestial Sea's plan, ensuring that after Grand Heavenly Immortal Realm had reincarnated many times and got rid of the restraints of the Spirit Sea's power, the Heavenly Sea Golden Bead would help him awaken and open his Spirit Sea. Grand Heavenly Immortal had reincarnated for many lives, and his memories from his previous life were scattered. When he had just awakened, he needed someone to guide him, and at the same time, ensure that the golden seal stone talisman leading to the Spirit Sea Bridge wouldn't be lost, so that Grand Heavenly Immortal Realm could enter the Spirit Sea at the first instance. However, this person suddenly disappeared. Thus, the Heavenly Sea Golden Bead passed through many hands and landed in the hands of Tao Venerable Heavenly Wind, the sect master of the Wind God sect in the human cultivation world of the Divine Land. However, countless people who had passed through and knew of the Heavenly Sea Golden Bead's existence didn't know the true use and importance of this treasure. Thus, the Golden Seal Stone Talisman that should have fallen into his hands immediately after Grand Heavenly Immortal Realm awakened was also lost by chance and finally landed in the hands of the East Sea itinerant cultivator Tao Venerable Flowing Wave. Perhaps that person died accidentally, and the plan and secrets were buried along with him or her. Perhaps that person died in Yuhuang Celestial Sea out of his own will, and after all the experts of the Yudu clan went into hiding, he refused to shoulder the responsibility and mission, or perhaps there were other reasons. In short, this person who should have existed no longer existed. Yuhuang Celestial Sea's plan thus fell through, until by chance, Lin Feng replaced that person's position. He brought the Heavenly Sea Golden Bead and met Grand Heavenly Immortal Realm, prompting Grand Heavenly Immortal Realm to awaken. Only then did the Spirit Sea finally reopen, which led to a series of disputes in the Spirit Sea. However, although Lin Feng brought the Heavenly Sea Golden Bead and Grand Heavenly Immortal Realm into the Spirit Sea, he wouldn't continue according to Yuhuang Celestial Sea's plan. Something went wrong with Tianhai Imperial Brothers' plan. When Mirage Sun Yudu heard that, his eyes flashed as though he had thought of something. His gaze quickly became solemn, and he stared at Lin Feng. He slowly said, "The Heavenly Sea Golden Bead and Grand Heavenly Immortal Realm are with you. Between you and my clan, there must be a showdown." In less than 100 years, the Spirit Sea would reopen once again. At that time, Xianmen Tianzong and the Yudu clan would definitely compete over the Spirit Sea. At that time, other than each other, at least Taishu Temple would participate. Even if Taishu Temple's vitality was greatly damaged in the war between the two worlds, as long as their foundation wasn't completely damaged, they would still be strong competitors that couldn't be ignored when the next battle of the Spirit Sea came. In the previous mishap of the Spirit Sea, they had benefited from the mistake in Yuhuang Celestial Sea's plan and the legacy of their seniors. Taishu Temple had instead become the party that had benefited the most. When the Spirit Sea reopened once again, their grasp of chances was even greater than Xianmen Tianzong and the Yudu clan. If Taishu Temple could tide through the calamity of the war between the two worlds, when they fought the Spirit Sea again, the Heavenly Sea Golden Bead and Grand Heavenly Immortal Realm would become even more important to the Yudu clan. It could greatly increase their chances of success. Lin Feng smiled, You guys threw yourselves into the war between the two worlds and stepped onto the divine land. Between me and you guys, there should have been a battle. Mirage Sun Yuta said, "That's right. Compared to an empty shell of Taishu Temple, you are a better opponent. However, you will still die here today." After saying that, the Yudu profound flower that shot out from the heart of his brows became even more vigorous and vast. It bombarded Linfeng and Jade Capital Mountain. That black light spread out in the void, and large amounts of divine runes and runes lined up continuously. In an instant, it formed a profound and gorgeous sight. It filled up the boundless void and shrouded everything in its surroundings. Lin Feng focused his eyes and saw that in that scene was a brilliant galaxy. It wasn't a star formed by the demonic power of divine arts. Instead, it was a true galaxy that shrouded everything in the void. It flashed with dazzling starlight. The starlight and the black, profound light fused together, and it was like a sky full of stars in the night sky. The majestic power shattered the surrounding space and pounced towards Lin Feng. The ribbons of light formed by the great Tao of heaven and earth were completely swallowed by the black, profound light. The ear-piercing wails of the great Tao gradually quietened down, but the terrifying aura in the Yudu profound flower grew stronger and stronger. In the void of the sea of stars far away, stars suddenly became extremely bright and dazzling. At first, there were only one or two, but more and more of them appeared and became denser and denser. Those stars that had suddenly become exceptionally bright were forcefully extinguished by the terrifying demonic power that was far away. They burst forth with their final dazzling brilliance like fireworks. They were dazzling but short-lived, and there was even an aura of death. Lin Feng looked at the Yudu profound flower that had become even stronger, and the light in his eyes became even brighter. Then it returned to calmness in an instant. He smiled slightly and closed his right eye. A ball of light flew out from his left eye and circled above Jade Capital Mountain. When the light dissipated, a golden round plate was revealed. Lin Feng's heart moved, and a beam of purple qi landed on the round plate. The round plate instantly gave off rays of golden light and fused into the jade-like, auspicious clouds outside Jade Capital Mountain. Just as Mirage Sun and Yudu executed the Yudu profound flower, the jade-colored auspicious clouds that shrouded Linfeng and Jade Capital Mountain suddenly shone brightly with golden light. The light condensed into a round plate in the void, and with a spin, it suddenly started to gather the black, profound light in the void. The Yudu profound flower that had originally had the upper hand was sucked in by the golden light plate, and the situation fell into a stalemate. Chapter 1224. In the void, outside Jade Capital Mountain, a golden disk flashed continuously. As it spun, it swept up large amounts of black, profound light into it. As the golden disk spun, the black light that had landed on it actually vanished. Meanwhile, on the surface of the golden disk, a liquid that looked like ink appeared. It was contained in the center of the golden disk, and it was still like a sparkling and translucent crystal. Mirage Sun Yudu was slightly stunned when Kong Yuan Yudu and the rest of the strong practitioners of Yudu who were fighting with the cultivators of Taishu Temple saw this. They all revealed astonished expressions. "This thing is slightly strange." A look of astonishment flashed past Mirage Sun Yudu's face. He looked at the golden disk and felt the strange concept of power within. Even though the black liquid in the golden plate was increasing rapidly, and it looked like if this situation continued, there would be a moment when it would overflow. However, an unchangeable fact was that the Yudu profound flower that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth returned to peace after being absorbed by the golden plate. With a thought, large amounts of black light markings flashed in Mirage Sun Yudu's eyes. The black liquid in the golden disc instantly rippled as though it was boiling. Large amounts of black fog started to rise from within as though it was going to transform back into the original appearance of Yudu Profound Flower. Meanwhile, the process of the golden disc absorbing the Yudu Profound Flower also started to become sluggish. But before Mirage Sun Yudu could continue executing his demon power, the power of Lin Feng's Heaven Punishment Sword formation became sharper and sharper. It ignored the black light in the surroundings and used an indomitable force to slash the Yudu Profound Flower in front of it. It then attacked Mirage Sun Yudu himself. Mirage Sun Yudu frowned slightly and placed his attention back on Lin Feng's attack. Meanwhile, the golden disc on the other side started to spin again and swept up large amounts of Yudu Profound Flower. Both sides fell into a stalemate. Lin Feng, who was shrouded by the radiance of Jade Capital Mountain, looked at the main body of the golden disc in front of him and couldn't help shaking his head with a smile. This primordial golden disc is a good item, but in the end, it's still not suitable for fighting with people. At least when facing an opponent on the level of Mirage Sun Yudu, it's not suitable for fighting. However, using this item to fight is already a waste of its ability, so I can only force it to do something beyond my capabilities. Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. However, this might turn into a fortuitous encounter. His right hand executed his power to fuse with Jade Capital Mountain and the life and death formation of heaven and earth to augment the Heaven Punishment Sword formation to fight against Mirage Sun and Yudu. His left hand was pinching the incantation. In an instant, it changed hundreds of millions of times. Finally, it returned to a strange incantation. He pointed at the premier golden lamp and gently tapped it on the surface of the primordial golden lamp. In addition to the flickering golden light, there was a silver-white light circulating in the center. This silver-white light penetrated into the void and disappeared. However, on the other side of the void, there seemed to be an extremely powerful existence that shook violently. Outside Jade Capital Mountain, the golden disc that was like a full moon also trembled slightly. The black liquid that had absorbed the profound essence of Yudu suddenly started to disappear. Mirage Sun and Yudu noticed the change at the first instant, and after feeling the marvel in detail, his gaze revealed a hint of coldness. Master of Xian Sect, your schemes aren't shallow, but aren't you underestimating me too much? After saying this, Mirage Sun didn't say anything more. The silver-white hair on his body stood up, and purple light flowed endlessly on the surface of his body. Black light markings covered his entire body and extended towards the surrounding void. Not long after, Lin Feng discovered that it was becoming harder and harder for the primordial golden lamp to absorb the profound essence of Yudu. It wasn't that Mirage Sun and Yudu had purposely restrained their power, but he was gradually familiarizing himself with the theory of the primordial golden lamp's usage and making corresponding adjustments. The violent, profound essence of Yudu was still rushing towards Lin Feng like a tsunami, and it gradually ignored the primordial golden lamp. Even though the primordial golden lamp could still absorb a large amount of profound essence of Yudu, the efficiency had started to worsen, and it was dropping continuously. When the primordial golden lamp was no longer able to absorb the profound essence of Yudu, Mirage Sun, and Yudu would counterattack and break the golden plate light that the primordial golden lamp had manifested. Meanwhile, the violent, profound essence of Yudu attacked Lin Feng and Jade Capital Mountain continuously. It bombarded the huge blood-red sword formed by the Heaven Punishment Sword formation from all directions, wanting to destroy it. Lin Feng's gaze became slightly more solemn, but he didn't panic. He executed the sword's secrets in his right hand and the spell in his left hand at the same time. In the center of the primordial golden lamp, the power of the Baifeng that was connected by the silver-white light became more and more powerful. The battle between Lin Feng and Mirage Sun and Yudu had temporarily entered a stalemate, but on the other side, the battle between the other strong practitioners of Yudu race and the cultivators of Taishu Temple was becoming clearer and clearer. The cultivators of Taishu Temple that couldn't reconstruct the 9 heavens of the Great Void celestial gates were continuously being compressed, and they were on the verge of collapse. Empty Plains Yudu and Green Crest Yudu, the 2 Yudu great demons of the Last Days realm, took the lead, including Jing Yen Yudu, the other 2 great demons of Yudu, who were at the beginning and going through the tribulation followed closely behind. They stared at the cultivators of the Great Void Temple and attacked fiercely. Green Crest Yudu suppressed the Great Supreme Void Yin-Yang formation by himself, while Empty Plain Yudu targeted Dao Venerable Xian Yi and Taishu Temple, while Jingyan Yudu found Yen Nanlai. Not only did they prevent the people of Taishu Temple from reconstructing the 9 heavens of the Great Void celestial gates, the strong practitioners of Yudu race also prevented Dao Venerable Xian Yi and Yen Nanlai from entering the Great Supreme Void Yin-Yang formation. If it was any other time, they would still be interested in letting the cultivators of Taishu Temple give it their all and compete with their abilities. However, they were in the midst of a war between 2 worlds, and the situation could change in an instant. Empty Plain Yudu and the rest placed killing the enemy as their priority. Even though they were stopped by their clan master, Lin Feng's powerful abilities and strange methods still made the hearts of the great demons of Yudu tremble. The people of Taishu Temple, on the other hand, were under immense pressure. They couldn't rebuild the 9 heavens of the Great Void celestial gates. If it wasn't for their extraordinary abilities, their formation would have long been broken. The pressure on Yen Nanlai was especially huge. He was facing Jing Yen Yudu, who was at most 1 or 2 calamities of decay away from the Last Days realm. However, if he didn't consider the calamity of the Last Days, the strength of his divine arts and magic power was enough to rival many Last Days' great demons. Jing Yen Yudu's brilliant light of Yudu that could incinerate heaven and earth was something that even the great demons of Last Days' realm didn't dare to let go of. Even though Yen Nanlai had the support of the Great Void engraving, it wasn't easy for him to defend against Jing Yen Yudu. Dao Venerable Xian, who had already reached the Last Days realm, wanted to help Yen Nanlai, but he was trapped by Empty Plains Yudu. That aged Yudu beast roared continuously, and white Yudu's ethereal light of Yudu spread out in the sky, isolating Dao Venerable Xian and Taishu Temple in an independent void. They couldn't break out, and they still had to face the vast and majestic attacks of Empty Plains Yudu. On the other side, Green Crest Yudu suppressed the Supreme Void Yin-Yang Great Formation. Another 2 strong practitioners of Yudu, who were in the initial calamity stage, also surrounded them. It was obvious that they wanted to break the formation first. Just as the people of the Taishu Temple and the experts of the Yudu clan were fighting fiercely. Even though the battle was extremely dangerous, the bodies of Dao Venerable Xian Yi and Yen Nanlai suddenly trembled. Disbelief and astonishment appeared in their eyes. Kuang Heng, Lin Dao Han, and the rest who were in the Supreme Void Yin-Yang Great Formation saw this, and their hearts sank. Could the abnormality from before have happened again? Yen Nanlai took a deep breath. That's right, it's the feeling from before, and it's even clearer this time. There's someone else shaking the Haotian mirror. Dao Venerable Qing Ning's face darkened. Even if the dragon race controls the power of the mysterious sea, they shouldn't have the ability to shake the Haotian mirror. Senior Uncle Tai won, and the rest are already focused on stabilizing the defense, so they shouldn't be shaken by others. Yen Nanlai's expression was slightly complicated. It's not the dragon race. Kwang Hung and the rest were stunned. It's not the dragon race, Yen Nanlai said solemnly. This time, the feeling is even clearer. The person shaking the Haotian mirror isn't the dragon race, and he's not even in the mysterious sea. Someone outside the mysterious sea is shaking the Haotian mirror. Kwang Hung and the rest's hearts sank even more. Not only could the other party shake the Haotian mirror, but they also had a way to break through the seal of the mysterious sea and reach their hands in. Just this point alone was enough to shock them. Fu Yunkong murmured, "Even in our Taishu temple, only the temple masters and powerful experts who have gone through at least the medium tribulation can freely activate the Haotian mirror. Who on earth is it?" The leaders of the Taishu temple all had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. They were also puzzled, but after a while, Yen Nanlai's eyes suddenly moved slightly, and his face became gloomy, which was rare. Kwang Hung, Lin Dao Han, Fu Yunkong, and Dao Venerable Qingning also reacted one after another. Dao Venerable Qingning's face was livid, and he squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Dark. Emperor. Outside the boundless world, there was a medium-class world that had always been ordinary. At this moment, the scenery was completely different from before. A gray haze shrouded the medium-class world, and the whole world was dyed gray. In this gray world, there was a huge black altar standing there. The altar was 3 layers high. The bottom layer was deathly silent, as if it was a place where living beings slept forever. The middle layer was noisy and bustling, like all living beings in the world. The top layer was vast and ethereal, like the vast sky. The 3 images of heaven, earth, and man, the cycle of life and death, and the ruler of the underworld perfectly fused, forming a kind of supreme and powerful aura. A figure stood on the altar, looking down at the world like the ruler of all living beings. He looked like a teenager, and he was the ancient king of the underworld, who was now nicknamed Happy, who had been reborn in the ancient era. In the center of the altar, in front of him, stood a long banner. As the banner fluttered, light and shadow flashed, as if it had broken through the void realm. But it also seemed like it was just a light and shadow image. The light and shadow seemed illusory, and it could allow people's magic power and divine sense to pass through, but it was not a real realm passage. In the light and shadow image, a black sea flashing with golden light roared continuously. It was the scene in the mysterious sea. Next to the king of the underworld, Happy, stood another figure. It was a middle-aged man dressed in ancient clothes, and he had a calm and indifferent expression on his face. It was as if he had a card up his sleeve, and everything was in his control. At that moment, the man was expressionless, and his eyes were like water. There seemed to be no fluctuations in his emotions. It was as if his expression would not change, even if things collapsed in front of him. It was as if there was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart, and nothing could move him anymore. The man's hands changed hand seals, and streams of magic power, divine sense entered the mysterious sea through the long banner. The king of the underworld held a life and death nether Dao fruit in one hand, and his lips curled into a faint smile. I have waited for this chance for too long. His other hand held the void gently, and the black altar under his feet flew into the air. The king of the underworld said calmly, "Before me, all is silent. Behind me, there is no life." Behind him, King Yama, Sikongyu, and the others all knelt on the ground and said in unison, "We are willing to follow our king into the life and death netherworld." Chapter 1225. The person beside the king of the underworld bore a 40 to 50% resemblance to the current temple master of Taishu Temple, Yen Nanlai. This person was one of the 4 ancient heroes of Taishu Temple, the ancestor of Yan Nanlai and the second temple master of Taishu Temple, Yan Xinghe. In ancient times, he and the king of the underworld perished together, sending the king of the underworld into the world of the dead, but at the same time, he himself perished. Everyone thought that the king of the underworld had also perished back then, and it was naturally impossible for him to refine Yan Xinghe into an evil soul and store it in the underworld Tao fruit of life and death. As a result, after the king of the underworld was reborn, no one realized that he actually had such a powerful trump card. To be able to come back from the dead, the king of the underworld could be said to have great achievements. His understanding of the Tao of samsara and life and death made him the first person in the history of Divine Land, and everyone was amazed. However, the king of the underworld's mystique, dermic powers, and scheming methods were well hidden, and it was beyond many people's imagination. Yan Xinghe was the second temple master of Taishu Temple in history. In the era after when Qiyang perished, he was one of the top figures in Divine Land. Today, after a long time, his reputation surpassed when Qiyang, Huatian, and Huang Chun. In this era, he was the most famous of the four ancient heroes of Taishu Temple, and his life was the most widely known. Until now, many of the policies and thoughts of Taishu Temple could be traced back to the era of Yan Xinghe. His influence on Taishu Temple was among the best among all the temple masters. But now, the king of the underworld had refined such a legendary figure of the immortal Tao into an evil soul. If news of this spread, it would shake the entire Divine Land. It would become the greatest stain and humiliation in the history of Taishu Temple, and the king of the underworld would become the human powerhouse that Taishu Temple was most hostile to, although King Yanluo and the others were cheering loudly behind him. And although things were going according to his plan, the king of the underworld's gaze remained calm. He knew very well that he hadn't truly succeeded yet, and this opportunity didn't come easily. After many years of forbearance, they had purposely delivered themselves to the Netherworld Sea and suffered heavy losses from Xianmen, Tianzong, and Taishu Temple. The Underworld Hall's forces were wiped out on a large scale and suffered heavy losses. All of this was to make the Divine Land feel that he was no longer a threat, so that they could prepare for the war between the two worlds with the Demon Clan in peace. Although he hadn't expected that Taishu Temple and the Haotian Mirror would enter the Xian Sea of their own accord, the king of the underworld had always believed that his opportunity would only appear during the war between the two worlds. If there wasn't an opportunity, he would continue to lie low and endure. But when the opportunity presented itself, he wouldn't miss it. Just like now, if he hadn't been fighting against the Dragon Clan powerhouses and the Xian Sea, even with Yan Xinghe's evil soul, it wouldn't have been easy to shake the Haotian Mirror. Similarly, if he hadn't been fighting against the Haotian Mirror and the Taishu Temple powerhouses, his long banner wouldn't have been able to communicate with the Dragon Clan powerhouses and the Xian Sea. But at this moment, he had a chance to get his hands on the Haotian Mirror. However, before the dust settled, the king of the underworld naturally wouldn't be too happy. With the help of a special ritual and treasure, he and Yan Xinghe didn't need to enter the Xian Sea to shake the Haotian Mirror. If everything went smoothly after they controlled the Haotian Mirror, they could even use the ritual to suck the Haotian Mirror out of the Xian Sea. During this process, the Yuan Dragon King and the other Dragon Clan powerhouses would most likely condone it. After all, if the Haotian Mirror was shaken, they could break through the Taishu Temple's defensive line faster. However, after the defensive line of the Taishu Temple was completely destroyed, the Yuan Dragon King naturally wouldn't let the king of the underworld suck the Haotian Mirror out of the Xian Sea. At that time, the pressure that the king of the underworld and Yan Xinghe had to face from the Xian Sea would definitely increase greatly. The Yuan Dragon King might even temporarily put aside the people of the Taishu Temple, whose abilities were greatly reduced, to deal with the king of the underworld first. That would be the most difficult moment of the king of the underworld's entire operation. Success or failure would be decided in an instant. Even with the king of the underworld's deep foresight, he didn't dare to say he was completely confident. On the other side, Lin Feng had rushed to White Cloud Mountain to reinforce it. Even though he was in a stalemate with the Yudu race, the situation of the battle was ever-changing. An unexpected change could happen at any time, and this made the king of the underworld very wary. However, to the king of the underworld, the opportunity in front of him was already good enough. He held the banner with one hand and patted Yan Xinghe beside him with the other. He smiled and said, "Come, let's work hard for you to regain control of the Haotian mirror." Yan Xinghe was expressionless and didn't say a word. The king of the underworld didn't mind either. With a thought, the gray-dimensional world started to gradually collapse under the effects of the ritual. Meanwhile, the power of the black altar that was 3 levels tall under his feet became more and more vigorous. Far away in the void, Yan Nanlai, Dao Venerable Xianwen, Kuang Heng, and the rest of the strong practitioners of the Taishu Temple all had extremely grim expressions. In the Xianxi, Dao Venerable Taiwan, and the rest were facing the pressure of the dragon races, Xianxi. They were already forced into a defensive state, and now that the king of the underworld was taking drastic measures, the situation was quickly heading towards collapse. No matter if the king of the underworld succeeded or if the dragon race succeeded, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Taishu Temple and the current situation of the war between the two worlds. However, what made them helpless was that Yan Nanlai and the rest were also having trouble protecting themselves. Even though Lin Feng was fighting against Sun Mirage and Yudu, under the attacks of the other strong practitioners of Yudu, everyone in the Taishu Temple was already surrounded by danger. Lin Feng looked at everyone in the Taishu Temple whose magic power and aura were shaking unstably. Even though he didn't understand what was going on, he could feel that their consciousness had received a huge blow. He frowned and suddenly transmitted his voice to ask, "What's going on?" Yan Nanlai had narrowly avoided Jing Yan's attack and almost had his great void engraving shattered. After muttering to himself for a moment, he replied solemnly. The king of the underworld suddenly bared his fangs and shook the Haotian mirror. "The situation is dire. The king of the underworld has such an ability." Lin Feng was slightly stunned when he heard what Yan Nanlai said. His mind turned, and he suddenly recalled how Xia Huang's evil soul had shaken Ding of Shenzhou back then in the Netherworld Sea. Before this, he already had his suspicions and suspected that the king of the underworld had other plans. Now that he connected all the clues together, he instantly understood the cause and effect of the matter. He really knows how to seize the opportunity. Lin Feng's gaze flickered, and his gaze swept across the battlefield where Yan Nanlai and the rest were. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. He temporarily stopped controlling the primordial golden lamp, and the fingers on his left hand gently moved in the air. He outlined a simple yet profound formation. Lin Feng stretched out his palm and directly stretched his hand into the formation. The void in the center of the formation rippled like water. Lin Feng silently said, "Little Lin, give me that ring." "Yes, master." Wang Lin's voice came from the formation. In the next instant, Lin Feng withdrew his palm from the formation, and a purple light spot appeared in his palm. It was something that looked like a ring, and its surface was engraved with complicated markings. Lin Feng examined the ring in detail and shook his head slowly. "If I can preserve it, I can study it in detail in the future. For now, I can only use it roughly. I hope it's not something that can only be used once." Because he was distracted, Sun Mirage Yuda's attacks became more and more urgent. As a result, The situation gradually became disadvantageous to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng temporarily ignored the situation on his side. With a thought, the ring flew from his palm. Then, on the true spirit runes in the depths of Lin Feng's void return body, a purple glow that came from the same source as the ring appeared. The purple light landed on the ring, and it trembled slightly before transforming into a beam of flowing light and flying out. The ring didn't aim at Sun Mirage Yudu. Instead, it flew towards the battlefield far away. Its target was Hollow Plains Yudu, who was suppressing Dao Venerable Xian Yi and Taishu Temple. Hollow Plains Yudu had trapped Dao Venerable Xian Yi and Taishu Temple. If it wasn't to prevent Dao Venerable Xian Yi from using the Dharma-ending calamity to injure Jing, Yen Yudu, and the other Yudu beasts that hadn't completed their first calamity, his advantage would be even greater. Even so, Dao Venerable Xian Yi was already in a difficult situation. The power of the Yudu race was displayed to its fullest at this moment. But the instant the purple light appeared, all the strong practitioners of Yudu, including Kong Yuan and Yudu, were instantly stunned. They were astonished. The purple light transformed into a halo that was like a ring. It wrapped itself around one of Hollow Plains Yudu's claws. The action looked extremely ordinary, but the powerful Yudu beast couldn't dodge or resist it. It could only let the halo wrap itself around it. The 3 long horns on Hollow Plains Yudu's head burst forth with dazzling light, and the terrifying power of Yudu's ethereal splendor shook the void continuously. However, it was strange. After being wrapped by the small halo, the great demon of the Dharma-ending great demon, which was even stronger than the great sage and Kunlong king, instantly became dispirited. The demon power of its divine arts rapidly weakened. Sun Mirage Yudu was astonished when he saw this. A rare flash of anger appeared in his usually calm gaze. Heavenly Sea Emperor's ring? Hollow Plains Yudu let out a heaven-shaking roar, but he couldn't stop his body from weakening. The ring that looked extremely ordinary in the past displayed astonishing power when facing the strong practitioners of Yudu. The white ethereal splendor of Yudu gradually dispersed, and Dao, Venerable Xian Yi, and Taishu Temple rushed out from within. However, before he could do anything, he heard a low growl. Unparalleled Yudu splendor. A terrifying beam of golden light shot straight over, and Dao Venerable Xian Yi hurriedly stopped in his tracks. He unleashed the Great Void mysterious light to reinforce the Great Void wonderland that Taishu Temple had transformed into, blocking the unparalleled Yudu splendor of Yudu from Green Crest Yudu. The Great Void wonderland that was like a kingdom of gods was pushed back continuously by the golden light, and the Great Void mysterious light dissipated. Even though the sudden change in the situation caught all the strong practitioners of Yudu off guard, Green Crest Yudu reacted extremely quickly. He immediately switched with Hollow Plains Yudu to fight with Dao Venerable Xian Yi. Without any communication, Jing Yen Yudu also abandoned Yen Nanlai and switched his attacks to the Supreme Void Yin Yang Great Formation. Meanwhile, the other 2 Yudu beasts that were in the first tribulation period helped Jing Yen Yudu to hold Yen Nanlai back. The great demons of Yudu almost instantly stabilized the situation of the battle, minimizing the negative effects of Hollow Plains Yudu suddenly losing his battle power. However, the effects of Hollow Plains Yudu losing his battle power were quickly shown. Green Crest Yudu's abilities were no inferior to Hollow Plains Yudu's, and he still managed to force Dao Venerable Xian Yi back. However, Jingyan Yudu and the other 2 great demons that were in the first tribulation period found it hard to suppress the Supreme Void Yin Yang Great Formation, and Yen Nanlai. Yen Nanlai's body flashed, and he transformed into a white cloud that entered the Supreme Void Yin Yang Great Formation. The moment he entered, he stared at Quang Hung and said, "Senior Brother Quang, send me away from this battlefield. I will execute the curse of blood soul tranquility. We can't let the king of the underworld succeed. Chapter 1226. Although Yen Nanlai had met up with Kwang Hung and Lin Daohan, the situation was still disadvantageous to Taishu Temple. They could still hold on, but Dao Venerable Xian, one was fighting against Green Crest, and Yudu. The situation was clearly disadvantageous. However, at that moment, Yen Nanlai couldn't care less about strengthening the Supreme Void Yin-Yang formation or supporting Dao Venerable Xian One. The Haotian mirror had been shaken by the king of the underworld, causing the situation of Taishu Temple in the mysterious sea to almost collapse. They were forced to withdraw their defenses. Now that the king of the underworld was attacking, the situation of Dao Venerable Tai and the rest, and the Haotian mirror in the mysterious sea would definitely worsen. Compared to White Cloud Mountain, the situation in the mysterious sea was more urgent and worse for Taishu Temple. Therefore, Yen Nanlai didn't need to say anything. Kwang Hung, Lin Daohan, Dao Venerable Qingning, Fu Yunkong, and the rest already understood what he meant. Yen Nanlai wasn't someone who would flee in the face of battle, avoiding the important and focusing on the trivial. On the contrary, he was determined to rush to another battlefield and stop the Emperor of the Underworld's plan to seize the clear sky mirror. The Blood Soul Tranquility incantation originated from the primeval era's human demonic paths mystique, the Great Blood Soul incantation. It was inspired by the demon race's cultivation method and was passed down through the bloodline. After being studied by the human race's demonic path powerhouses, they created a brutal magical art. The principle was to capture demons with lower cultivation and then use their blood and life as a sacrifice. With the help of many other methods, the curse would kill their direct relatives who were of the same bloodline and had higher cultivation. This was a product of the struggle to survive in the Dark Age when the human race was still extremely weak in the primordial era. It was extremely bloody and cruel. When this spell first appeared, many strong practitioners of the demon race were caught off guard and killed by the curse. Even if they weren't killed on the spot, they would be heavily injured. After the strong practitioners of the demon race understood the divine art, they started to look for ways to break it. They used special incantations to defend themselves or used true spirit god marks to improve their bloodline and demon soul inheritance. Gradually, the Great Blood Soul Curse became ineffective. During the ancient era, this technique was modified by some people and became the Blood Soul Tranquility Curse, which could be used on human cultivators. Later on, many experts of the human race broke it, and the method to break it spread far and wide. Only then did the Great Blood Soul Curse and Blood Soul Tranquility Curse gradually decline. The Void Temple is currently the sect with the longest history in the vast divine continent. A portion of the spells that gradually disappeared in the long river of history still exist. Even though they are all in a dusty state, who knows when a certain spell might come in handy and have an unexpected effect. At this moment, Yen Nanlai shockingly wanted to use his own body as a sacrifice to curse the ancestor Yen Xinghe, who had turned into an evil spirit. From there, he could resolve the crisis that the Void Temple was currently facing. If Yen Xinghe was still alive, this spell would be useless against him. But now that Yen Xinghe was an evil soul, Yen Nanlai had a chance. At this moment, it wasn't just the Taishu Temple that was strapped for strength. The entire human race of the Divine Prefecture was the same. It was extremely difficult to defeat the Emperor of the Underworld, who had suddenly attacked in a menacing manner. Yen Nanlai's current method was shockingly the most feasible solution. Kwang Hung looked up at Yen Nanlai and remained silent. He did not say anything. At this moment, words were useless. He put his palms together and changed his incantation. Streams of mana fell into the Yin-Yang Supreme Void formation. Dao Master Qing Ning, Fu Yunkong, and the others did the same. They did not say a word. Lin Daohan looked at Yen Nanlai. His gaze, which was usually as calm as water, finally showed some ripples. Yen Nanlai, on the other hand, was as calm as ever. He only nodded at him. Daohan, I can only leave this place to you. Stay calm and don't be affected by me. Lin Daohan nodded. Yes, master. He also changed his incantation and sent streams of mana into the formation. The Yin-Yang Supreme Void formation was activated. A resplendent light shot out from the center of the formation and flew into the distance. Outside the formation, Jing Yen Yudu raised his eyebrows. The 3 horns on his head shone with light, and divine markings appeared. It was like a raging inferno in the sky. A terrifying scarlet light rushed into the sky and hit the pillar of light shot out by the Yin-Yang Supreme Void formation. It was Jing Yen Yudu's Yudahuang Tianhua. The violent scarlet brilliance bombarded the light pillar in the center of the high void Yin-Yang formation and directly sliced it apart. The expressions of Kuang Heng and the others didn't change. As they changed their incantation, the pillar of light rose again and pierced through the void. Yen Nanlai's body transformed into a white stream of light and rose rapidly along the pillar of light. He flew towards the end of the void. Jing Yen Yudu immediately shot out another beam of Yudu's brilliant light, and the dark void was dyed scarlet red. Countless flames exploded and burned furiously. Kuang Heng and the others grunted, and their primordial spirits trembled. It was as though they could no longer maintain their human forms. However, the pillar of light in the center of the Yin-Yang Supreme Void formation became extremely bright. It forcefully withstood the scarlet Yudu Huang Tianhua and sent Yen Nanlai away with the marvelous art of the void. Green Peak Yudu was enraged. Golden light markings filled the air, trying to stop Yen Nanlai's footsteps. However, Dao Lord Xian Yi, who was on the other side, had a solemn expression. He put his palms together, and white halos of light spread out from his body like ripples. Rings of light stacked together, and their power increased rapidly. They expanded continuously as they counterattacked Green Crest Yudu. At the same time, as they flew, they closed in on Jing Yen Yudu and the other 2 strong practitioners of Yudu who were at the beginning of the calamity. Green Crest Yudu gave a cold snort, and the golden light transformed into a screen of light to block Dao Venerable Xian Yi and the Taishu Temple once again. The 3 horns on the top of his head shone continuously, and one of them shot out a beam of golden light that chased after Yen Nanlai, who had been sent away by the Yin-Yang Supreme Void formation. Yen Nanlai was helpless. The great void inscription on his left hand flashed with a mysterious glow, and he unfurled the great void mysterious light to protect himself. However, when he was struck by the golden light, his entire body trembled violently. The great void engraving on the back of his hand clearly showed many cracks. Yen Nanlai's entire body seemed to be emitting a hazy rain of light. It was as if countless pores on his body had been shaken to the point where blood was oozing out. However, Yen Nanlai resisted the pressure and didn't stop. He broke open the void realm and instantly left. Among the Yudu beasts that were watching the battle from afar, one of them grinned. "Where do you think you're going?" After saying that, it transformed into a beam of light and chased after Yen Nanlai. Beside him, a tall and big Yudu beast frowned slightly. "Ningfeng, even though he's severely injured, it won't be easy for you to kill him." Green Crest Yudu said coldly, "That person used the power of the formation to escape through the void. Even if Ningfeng can win, he won't be able to catch up to him. Zhan Ming, bring Wan Kong and go with Ningfeng to kill that person." Even though they didn't know why Yin Nanlai was risking his life to break out of the encirclement, it was a very simple logic to stop what the enemy wanted to do. At that moment, the battle was still under the control of the Yudu race, so they weren't afraid of splitting up. The Yudu great demons that were on the Union of Star and Soul didn't participate in the battle earlier because they were ready to chase after the cultivators of Taishu Temple who were escaping. A Yudu beast that was attacking the great formation of Yin-Yang Void with Jing, Yen Yudu nodded its head when it heard Green Crest Yudu's order. With a flash, it chased in the direction that Yen Nanlai and Ning Feng Yudu had disappeared to. The tall and big Yudu beast that had advised Ning Feng Yudu earlier also followed closely behind, vanishing into the void. Kuang Heng and the rest executed the great formation of Yin-Yang Void, wanting to stop Zhan Ming and the other two, but Jingyan Yudu immediately struck down with a violent Yudu brilliance. Another strong practitioner of Yudu, who was at the beginning of the tribulation, also attacked. Green Crest Yudu looked coldly at Jade Capital Mountain that was shrouded in jade-like auspicious clouds and let out an angry roar. He then turned around and continued to pounce at Dao Venerable Xian. He raised a claw and raised a golden ball of air to strike at Dao Venerable Xian and Taishu Temple. As the golden ball of air spun continuously, it was like a golden black hole that attracted Dao Venerable Xian 1 and Taishu Temple to lose their footing. It was as though they were about to be sucked into the abyss of the ball of air. Kong Yuan Yuda's face was also black as he stared in the direction of Jade Capital Mountain. He retreated and temporarily retreated from the battle. He no longer revealed his true form, but the purple ring was still firmly on his finger, suppressing and restricting his power. Mirage Sun Yuda's gaze calmed down instead. Due to Lin Feng being distracted, he was starting to gain the upper hand. His violent demon power pressed down on the Heaven Punishment Sword formation and Jade Capital Mountain like an avalanche. At that moment, far away in the void, a ray of light flashed by. When the light dissipated, Yen Nanlai's figure was revealed. He felt his primordial spirit distort, and he couldn't calm it down for a long time. What made Yen Nanlai's heart sink was that he could faintly feel strong practitioners of Yudu race chasing after him from behind. He calmed himself down, and as he traveled through space, the spell in his hands changed. He had already started to execute the curse of blood soul calming. A ray of light shot out from Yen Nanlai's forehead and landed in front of him. The faint golden light gradually condensed and formed a drop of golden crystal that looked like a water droplet. As he executed the spell, the golden water droplet gradually changed. Its color turned from pure gold to dark red, and it gradually turned into the appearance of fresh blood. A strange rune appeared in the blood droplet, and it gave off a mysterious yet fiendish energy wave. Yen Nanlai tapped his finger gently, and the blood droplet flew into the air. After pausing slightly in the void, it suddenly flashed and flew in a direction. Still some distance away, there was a limit to the range of the curse of blood soul calming, and there were also many other restrictions. At that moment, Yen Nanlai hurried in the direction where the king of the underworld and Yen Xinghe were under the guidance of the ritual. He passed through the divine land, and his thoughts moved slightly. Previously, the Great Zhou Empire and the Great Qin Empire had used the qi of the dragon vein to augment the Great Void 9 Heavens Imperial Court of my monastery. However, when the Great Void 9 Heavens Imperial Court was broken by Yudu under the influence of the qi of the dragon vein of Great Zhou and Great Qin gathered in their respective places. Tianjing City and West Tomb City will definitely suffer a severe backlash. Great Zhou has the Grand Imperial Palace and the Great Wheel of Heavens, so they should still be able to resist. However, there was news that Great Qin had already lost Immortal Dragon City. Chapter 1227. Yen Nanlai looked into the distance, only to see that West Hill City was still standing on the divine land. Oh, why is that? Yen Nanlai was a little surprised. How could the Great Qin dynasty withstand the backlash, just now after losing the immortal Dragon City? The entire Great Qin dynasty was equally worried about this point and felt a sense of despair. The new emperor of the Great Qin dynasty, Shi Zongtang, had already mentally prepared himself to become the shortest emperor in the history of the Great Qin dynasty. At this moment, the Great Qin dynasty cultivators in West Hill City also had a gloomy expression, but under the leadership of Shi Zongtang, they activated the power of the protective formation of West Hill City to the extreme. The huge city, at this moment, was covered by incomparably complicated formation patterns. Every street in West Hill City lit up like ribbons of light, together outlining a huge formation. Many markets and buildings in the city also lit up, forming small formation patterns one after another, and then merged with the huge formation. Tens of thousands of rays of light shot into the sky, and gradually, light patterns began to appear on the towering and long city walls of West Hill City. The entire West Hill City had turned into a huge formation, and at the core of the formation, the Great Qin Imperial Palace, the five-colored light dragon formed by the qi of the dragon vein, was constantly soaring. The new emperor of the Great Qin dynasty, Shi Zongtang, had a solemn expression. While maintaining the formation, he waved his hand, and a talisman flew into the air, shining brightly, and soon turned into a door of light from which a large amount of red light was emitted. This door of light led to the most coarse secret realm controlled by the Great Qin dynasty, the ancient sky dragon domain. Red light flashed in the door of light. Looking through the door of light, the scenery inside was strange and dazzling, and the sky was astonishingly dark red. Black, white, yellow, red, and green light constantly circulated within, causing the entire ancient sky dragon domain to roar. Shi Zongtang's hand seals changed together, and under the activation of magic power, a large amount of invisible power fiercely surged out from the ancient sky dragon domain, and together supported the formation of West Hill City. With the Imperial Palace as the center, the power of the protective formation of West Hill City grew stronger and stronger. However, the Qin Empire's new Emperor Shi Zongtang and the Great Qin Empire's experts in the palace were unable to relax because of this. Feeling the immense pressure from the dragon vein, everyone felt bitter in their hearts. Their expressions were grave. What they were doing now was just doing their best and leaving it to fate. The instant the violent energy came into contact, it instantly caused the entire Western Tomb City to tremble incessantly. At this moment, the enormous and majestic city was like a pile of sand that was on the verge of collapse. The flashing runes on the city walls continuously shattered. Streaks of light fell down like thousands of fragments falling to the ground. The entire city seemed to tremble. In the huge ancient city, the strips of light on the streets twisted together, and cracks that were clearly visible to the naked eye appeared. The buildings in Western Tomb City also began to shake, as if they were experiencing an earthquake. Those buildings protected by array runes withstood the initial pressure, protecting the other ordinary buildings in Western Tomb City. However, the other party's immense strength was like Mount Tai crushing down on an egg at this moment. One building after another rapidly shattered and turned to dust. After the building protected by the array runes was the first to shatter, the other buildings also began to shatter one after another. In this city, there was no lack of temporary footholds that other major forces had stationed in Western Tomb City in the past, or other residences and courtyards, but at this moment, they were all shattered and turned into ruins. As the formation runes on the streets and the various buildings shattered, even the protective formation of the entire Western Tomb City at this moment became more and more fragile, and the brilliance of the formation gradually dimmed. At the center of the formation, the great Qin imperial palace was also constantly shaking at this moment. The once dignified and magnificent palaces and pavilions at this moment had become extremely fragile, like thatched huts that could be overturned at any time under a storm. For the great Qin Empire, this was one of the few dangerous and desperate situations they had faced in the tens of thousands of years of history since their founding. The majestic power transmitted through the dragon vein qi suppressed the entire sky above Western Tomb City, and through the flow of qi began to spread towards the ancient sky dragon domain. The violent destructive power swept across the entire ancient sky dragon domain, sweeping across the foreign domain, and stirring up the inside of it into a mess. The red light from the light gate was constantly fluctuating, flashing rapidly, while the great Qin imperial palace was also in a state of being shaken by the wind and rain. Not only was a large number of buildings in Western Tomb City turned into nothingness, but there were also buildings in the imperial palace that were shattered and exploded. The beautiful scenery of the past, at this moment, was like a portrait and then violently torn apart. The great Qin imperial palace cultivators who were supporting the formation in the imperial palace were trembling incessantly. It was not fear, but a sign of being overwhelmed. Their bodies were like porcelain about to shatter under the heavy pressure. Shi Zongtang's face was livid. Liang Pan, good move. Although he did not have the immortal dragon city at hand, but through the connection of the dragon vein qi, Shi Zongtang could vaguely feel that there seemed to be some unusual movements in the Grand Imperial Palace, causing the counterforce to attack Tianjing City and Western Tomb City to be not completely equal. Vaguely, he felt that Western Tomb City seemed to be under greater pressure. But Shi Zongtang could do nothing about it, under the pressure of the majestic force. Even he, who was at the Tao integration stage, felt his Yuan spirit becoming unstable, as if he could not maintain a human form. After the imperial palace, which was the core of the Western Tomb City's formation, began to shake, the entire formation began to be on the verge of breaking. In addition to the collapse of the buildings in the city, even the streets and ground began to undulate and shatter, with ravines appearing and crisscrossing. In the sky above the city and the formation, the flowing clouds dispersed, the sun dimmed, and the sky seemed to be shrouded in a layer of haze. In the space, huge cracks also appeared, instantly covering the entire sky and shrouding the sky above Western Tomb City. At this moment, the world around Western Tomb City was like a beautiful porcelain that had been smashed by someone, covered with fine cracks, and the scenery of the world was shattering. At this moment, the void in the south completely shattered, and a figure stepped into the domain that seemed to be on the verge of destruction. The figure was tall and handsome. It was Shi Tianhao. At this moment, he looked at the terrifying scenery in front of him, and his expression was very solemn. A little late, but we really encountered danger. Behind him, there was a giant beast standing on its hind legs. It had the head of a tiger, the body of an ape, and its eyes were like the sun and the moon. It was great sage Lu Yuan. He shook his head repeatedly. "Don't go any closer. With our strength, even if we go in, we will only be crushed together." He had been subdued by Lin Feng and worked hard for Xianmen Tianzong. In recent years, he had gradually lost his ferocity and arrogance. Previously, when he followed Shi Tianhao to infinite wilderness vast land, he had listened to his orders and even killed some demons. However, if he was asked to voluntarily die for Xianmen Tianzong or for others, great sage Lu Yuan would definitely not do it. Shi Tianhao did not have the time to argue with him at this moment, and immediately said, "You stay here, I will go in alone." With that, he continued to walk forward. Great sage Lu Yuan was shocked and cursed in a low voice. "Kid, are you crazy? Are you going to die with the people in that city?" Even if the Yudu race is wary of your master, they might not know that you are here. Even if they do, the power will be hard to stop. If you go now, you will just be sending yourself to death. Great sage Lu Yuan had a notorious reputation in infinite wilderness vast land. He challenged and provoked other strong practitioners of the demon race, and was called a lunatic by many people. However, great sage Lu Yuan was not truly crazy. Instead, he used this method to raise his strength through battle, imitating the monkey of the past. Although he had experienced many dangerous battles, great sage Lu Yuan would never go into a situation where he would definitely die. He stared at Shi Tianhao. Aren't you still unable to control that thing? Great sage Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that they had entered deep into infinite wilderness vast land, and on their way back they had suddenly fallen into a maze. It wasn't a maze that had formed naturally, but it wasn't man-made either. It was a special situation that had formed by chance. In the history of heaven primordial great world, it had once been brilliant, but it had fallen like a shooting star. When Shi Tianhao, Zhuge Zhan, great sage Lu Yuan, and the rest broke through the maze and saw the truth, even the knowledgeable great sage Lu Yuan and Zhuge Zhan were astonished. Great sage Lu Yuan knew that Shi Tianhao had dared to come to West Tomb City because he wanted to rely on the gains he had gotten in the maze. However, he also knew that Shi Tianhao had no way to use the power of that thing freely. In the end, it would be all for naught. Getting close to West Tomb City under such circumstances was no different from risking one's life, dancing on the tip of a knife. This put great sage Lu Yuan in a difficult position. He didn't care if Shi Tianhao died, but if Lin Feng were to get angry because of this, great sage Lu Yuan had no choice but to care. Shi Tianhao no longer cared about great sage Lu Yuan. He stepped through the void, his body flashing with a dazzling light. A terrifying blood energy spread out from his body, making him seem like a human-shaped fortress. He walked through the shattered void, step by step towards West Tomb City. Although his expression was solemn, his eyes were calm and serene. He had always been a lawless and unrestrained person, but at this moment, he was extremely solemn and confident. As Shi Tianhao walked forward, he slowly recited, Immortal, Void, Instrument, Shua, Celestial, June, Heavens, Zhu, Chaos, Wholeness, Subjugation. These 12 words leapt out from Shi Tianhao's mouth. As each word was recited, the world seemed to tremble. As each word was recited, a giant ball of light would appear above Shi Tianhao's head. As the 12 profound syllables were recited, 12 balls of light would appear above Shi Tianhao's head. Within each ball of light, there was a giant shining rune that corresponded to the 12 words that Shi Tianhao had spoken. As Shi Tianhao walked forwards, these balls of light gradually changed in appearance. Within the light, there seemed to be figures standing tall. As the 12 balls of light stood there, they were like 12 giant gods that had descended to the mortal world. Chapter 1228. Shi Tianhao's footsteps became extremely heavy, as if every step forward became extremely difficult. As he moved forward, the 12 giant silhouettes above his head also moved forward, following Shi Tianhao towards West Hill City. A huge circle of light, with the 12 giant silhouettes as the center, kept expanding in all directions. Hundreds of millions of runes and talismans also started to spread between heaven and earth. With Shi Tianhao and the giant silhouettes as the center, the concept of power that suppressed the heavens and the earth expanded in all directions. This concept of power collided with the terrifying destructive power that was destroying West Hill City, instantly creating a huge impact. Shi Tianhao's footsteps suddenly became even slower, At this moment, the pressure on West Hill City was slightly relieved. Zongtang and the others could barely split some of their attention to observe the sudden changes in the surroundings. When the cultivators of Great Qin found out that the reinforcement was only Shi Tianhao, they couldn't help but be extremely shocked. Although they were the ones who invited Shi Tianhao to take charge, and although they knew that Shi Tianhao's strength couldn't be measured by ordinary primordial spirit cultivators, they still invited Shi Tianhao out of etiquette and symbolic meaning. After all, although Shi Tianhao displayed extremely powerful strength facing the current crisis, it was still beyond his power. If he really came to West Hill City, he would just be buried together with West Hill City. Previously, when they contacted Xianmen Tianzong, the Great Qin dynasty naturally hoped that Zhu Yi could bring the Golden Bridge of Permitha to help. Only with the existence of the creation treasure, the Golden Bridge of Permitha, could it help the people of Great Qin dynasty to survive this catastrophe and avoid destruction. However, Zhu Yi and Tian Gang, Sword Venerable, were guarding the southern wasteland together, confronting Shenlong Wang. Everyone in the Great Qin dynasty was well aware of this situation. They knew that Zhu Yi indeed couldn't split himself. That was why they had given up all hope. But now that Shi Tianhao resolutely came, the new Emperor Shi Zongtang, and the experts of Great Qin were very grateful, but also very surprised. Everyone else used their energy to support the formation, and only Shi Zongtang, who had the highest cultivation, could spare some energy to pay attention to Shi Tianhao. After carefully analyzing, Shi Zongtang couldn't help but be even more surprised. In the depths of his memory, a vague and indistinct legend gradually surfaced in Shi Zongtang's mind. In the ancient era, the Gate of Heaven rose, and the master of Gate of Heaven, Heaven Emperor Kong, was taken care of by his neighbors and grew up eating food. After he became an adult and learned Tao, he became the pride of his birthplace and was revered by the people of Tianyu City. Celestial Emperor Kong had always been sentimental about it. Later on, there was a saying that when a man attained the Tao, his chickens and dogs would ascend to the heavens. After attaining the Tao, he used a great divine ability to uproot his hometown, Celestial Yu City, into the 9 heavens. He guided the spirit spring, laid out the spirit fields, and raised the people above the 9 heavens. Under Celestial Emperor Kong's continuous magic power, the huge city stayed in the sky for a long time, and history called it the City of the Sky. The Sky City became Celestial Emperor Kong's initial foundation. After that, Celestial Emperor Kong found a blessed land and established his mountain gate. The Sky City then hung above the mountain gate and was nourished by the mountain gate's spirit energy. There was no longer a need for Celestial Emperor Kong to lift it up. The Sky City was still a city that didn't fall. Under Celestial Emperor Kong's method, it was hidden in the void. When the commoners in the city wanted to leave the city and return to the divine continent, they could also use the formation to travel. It was very convenient. With the magical powers of Heavenly Emperor Kong and the many experts of the Heavenly Gate, as well as the spiritual energy of the great formation of the Heavenly Gate, as well as the refinement of a large number of precious resources, the Sky City gradually changed from a grand city of mortals to an existence similar to the heavenly palace of the 9 heavens. Most of the families of the disciples of the Heavenly Gate also moved there. Over the years, the city in the sky had gradually formed a connection with the Heavenly Gate's mountain guarding formation, the Azure Sky All Heavens formation. They could be separated or combined. Together, they formed one of the most powerful fortresses in the history of the Divine Land. In fact, even though it wasn't as free as it was in Xianmen Tianzong's Yujing Mountain under certain conditions, it could still move the void at a fixed point. However, in the war between the 2 worlds, when the ancient era entered the medieval era, with the complete destruction of the Heavenly Gate, the city in the sky, and the Azure Sky All Heavens formation had also fallen. However, at this moment, when Shi Zongtang looked at the 12 giant silhouettes above Shi Tianhao's head, he couldn't help but be stunned. Those are the 12 heavenly generals of the ancient heavenly gates, azure sky, all heavens formation. The ancient heavenly gate believed that all techniques belonged to the same origin, and they were inclusive. They collected and studied a large amount of knowledge, analyzed and referenced the various principles and techniques that existed in the entire Tianyuan great world. Regardless of whether it was the human race or the demon race, they would seriously study and comprehend everything. Then, they would combine it with their own orthodoxy to bring forth new ideas from the old and constantly improve and compile them. It was rumored that Heavenly Emperor Kong had once obtained the incomplete map of the demon race's top formation, the 12 Sacred Heavens formation. Using it as a foundation, he improved it into a formation that could be activated by the human race. In the end, he formed his own strongest formation, the Azure Sky All Heavens formation. This formation refined the spiritual bodies of the 12 heavenly generals, gathered the Daos of the heavens, and turned it into a formation that suppressed the heaven and earth. Later on, the Azure Sky All Heavens formation linked with the city in the sky, and when the formation and the celestial city became one, the heavenly gate powerhouses could use it to switch between the city and the spiritual bodies of the 12 heavenly generals. Because of the Great Zhou Empire and the Eastern Heavenly Gate, the Great Qin Empire also did their best to understand the ancient Heavenly Gate. This information was all recorded in ancient books, although it was limited. At this moment, looking at the 12 giant silhouettes above Shi Tianhao's head and sensing the Daos and concepts within them, Shi Zongtang could still see some clues. In particular, Shi Zongtang could sense that the spiritual bodies of the 12 heavenly generals above Shi Tianhao's head weren't complete. They revealed a feeling of weakness and dilapidation, as if they had suffered heavy injuries and appeared broken. It wasn't a formation that was reconstructed from the Azure Sky All Heavens formation. Is this the original formation from the ancient heavenly gate back then? Shi Zongtang thought to himself. Although it was destroyed by Ji Huang, Xinyuan back then, did it luckily leave behind a remnant? Rumor has it that during the battle back then, the boundaries between the desolate ancient star ocean and the great thousand world underwent a drastic change. The Star Ocean Passageway also shattered into 6 star ocean gates, and the situation was extremely chaotic. If that's the case, the city in the sky that merged with the Azure Sky All Heavens formation back then, although it was also destroyed, did it also survive? Shi Zongtang thought to himself, but he saw the light silhouettes of the 12 heavenly generals above Shi Tianhao's head suddenly start to blur, as if they were going to disappear at any time. Shi Tianhao frowned and activated his mind and dermic powers, and the light silhouettes above his head became clear again. However, this scene immediately made Shi Zongtang's heart, which had been gradually calming down, immediately tensed up again. Clearly, Shi Tianhao couldn't freely control the power of the 12 heavenly generals above his head, and he was in an unstable state. This state was undoubtedly very dangerous. He might not be able to save West Hill City at any time, and he might even lose his life. However, Shi Tianhao didn't retreat. He strode forward with his head held high, moving forward in the world that seemed like it would shatter at any time. The 12 heavenly generals above his head flickered in and out of existence. When the giant light silhouettes appeared, the pressure on West Hill City eased, and Shi Tianhao himself also felt much more relaxed. However, when the light silhouettes gradually disappeared, not only did the pressure on West Hill City increase, but Shi Tianhao also seemed to be in the middle of a storm. Even with his powerful body that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, he still felt immense pressure, as if he was about to be torn apart. Following the qi of the dragon vein, The powerful force that was pulled back by the qi of the dragon vein was fierce and violent, but it actually didn't last for long. However, this short period of time was incomparably long for the people of the Great Qin dynasty and Shi Tianhao. Every moment felt like thousands of years. The 12 heavenly generals above Shi Tianhao's head were not stable and also constantly fluctuated, appearing and disappearing. The moment each of the 12 heavenly generals' spirit bodies disappeared, it was as if Shi Tianhao had suffered a heavy blow. His gaze dimmed slightly, and it was clear that the damage to his principal spirit was worsening. Blood even gradually seeped out of the corner of his mouth. In the Great Qin dynasty's imperial palace, the principal spirits of the cultivators with slightly weaker cultivations were gradually collapsing under the repeated attacks. Some Void Return Realm experts had already manifested their Void Return Dharma bodies, but at that moment, their Void Return Dharma bodies were like fragile porcelain gradually shattering. In reality, Shi Zongtang, who was at the Dao integration realm, was suffering the greatest pressure from the Great Qin dynasty's imperial palace. At that moment, his principal spirit was almost losing its human form. He sighed and wanted to tell Shi Tianhao to retreat, but he couldn't even send a voice transmission using his dermic power, nor could he use his spiritual sense to investigate. The entire West Hill city started to collapse, and the buildings and roads in the city were almost completely destroyed. Even the tall and majestic city walls that were like continuous mountains started to gradually shatter. Huge cracks kept spreading on the city walls like ferocious dragons. Shi Tianhao felt as if there was a heavy burden on his body, causing all the bones, blood vessels, and acupoints in his body to wail. Now, he could be said to have experienced hundreds of battles. He had fought bloody battles with his enemies, and he had even experienced many serious injuries. However, it was rare for him to face an opponent who was much stronger than him like he did today. However, Shi Tianhao was not afraid at all. Instead, he revealed a serious expression. There was some skill before, but it was like a flash of lightning, and it was difficult to capture that inspiration. The spiritual bodies of the 12 divine generals and the real Sky City seemed to have reached a wonderful balance. If I want to control it freely, I need to balance the strength of my body, chi, and blood with the strength of my primordial spirit. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, but I need to comprehend the truth and changes. There are thousands of great Daos in the world, and they are indeed wonderful beyond words. The mysteries of the transformation between the spiritual bodies of the 12 divine generals and the Sky City are similar to the principles that I have been trying to figure out these days. Although it was not the end of the world, a faint smile appeared on Shi Tianhao's face. As he walked, his figure also started to change. Sometimes it was his physical body, and the power of his blood surged majestically. Sometimes it turned into the appearance of the primordial Tai Chi diagram, appearing in the void, covering the sky and earth, and slowly rotating. Chapter 12:29, the primordial Tai Chi diagram that Shi Tianhao had transformed into exuded a desolate aura. In the void, there were a large number of demon race figures led by the Chaos, Swanni, Tao Tai, and Qiongqi, the 4 ancient beasts, constantly floating up and down. There was an ancient aura that was desolate and ancient. Everything was silent, and there was no aura of life. It was like the most primitive universe before the chaos was created. Although a group of demon race figures were floating up and down, roaring and galloping in it, the most profound meaning was that it was a lifeless desolation and primitive. When Shi Tianhao returned to his human form and his primordial spirit returned to his body, the majestic and exuberant qi and blood in his body showed abundant vitality and exuberant vitality. Shi Tianhao was constantly trying to figure out the spiritual bodies of the 12 divine generals above his head while comprehending his own Tao, skills, and magical powers. In fact, since he broke through the maze and collected the remains of the Sky City, he had been carefully trying to figure out the principles and concepts within. Although it was broken, resulting in a great loss of power, the power and concepts within it still made Shi Tianhao raise his eyebrows. After meeting up with Zhu Yi, the two brothers studied it together, and Zhu Yi was also full of praise. In the process, Shi Tianhao found that not only was he trying to figure out the power and concepts of the remains of the Sky City, but as he continued to nourish it, the Sky City seemed to be gradually recovering. Since the destruction of the prehistoric times until now, the remains of the city in the sky, which had merged with the spirits of the 12 immortal generals, had been drifting in the void, forming a maze. At the same time, it was also slowly gathering spiritual energy to repair itself. Although the process was slow, it did not stop for a moment. Occasionally, it would return to the vast 1,000 domains and turn into a maze. After staying for a period of time, it would leave the vast 1,000 domains and hide in the void. In these long years, the Sky City slowly recovered its vitality. Now, with the efforts of Shi Tianhao, it had awakened from its dormant self-repair. Although it was still far from its peak in the past, and many of the damages could not be repaired by self-repair, the power of the Sky City at the moment had become not to be underestimated. However, Shi Tianhao still needed to carefully comprehend the principles behind it in order to control its power freely and activate the Sky Castle to reappear in the world. And in the process of comprehending the concept, Shi Tianhao was also using the Tao Te Ching as a foundation, constantly verifying what he had learned in his lifetime. His figure, in a short period of time, changed between his origin soul and his physical body. The pressure that he and West Tomb City shared was incomparably wild, whether it was West Hill City or Shi Tianhao. At this moment, they were like a small boat in a stormy sea, as if the next monstrous wave would immediately sink them. Looking at the West Hill City in front of him, Shi Tianhao suddenly roared to the sky. He took on a human form, and his primordial spirit fused with his body. His powerful and vigorous blood energy became more and more majestic. The acupoints all over his body vibrated, like the stars in the universe twinkling at the same time, or even annihilating them, forming a terrifying explosive force. But with a thought from Shi Tianhao, his body was accompanied by the majestic blood energy. The vigorous vitality and vigorous qi were like the opening of the universe and the power of the multiplication of all living beings. Suddenly it dimmed. What replaced it was Shi Tianhao operating the desolate character formula of the black and yellow forward formula, a desolate, destructive, chaotic, and ignorant concept of power emerged. A desolate aura covered Shi Tianhao's body, causing his body to seem to transform into the primordial state of the universe before the creation of the world. Everything was chaotic, ignorant, formless, and intangible. But in the center of this desolate primordial world, there seemed to be an extremely powerful existence. It was as if it was placed in an eggshell and was constantly being nurtured. When it matured, it would break out of the shell and give birth to all living things. And the next moment, Shi Tianhao's body suddenly changed. He opened the primordial spirit incarnation of the primordial Tai Chi diagram and put away his body. On the primordial Tai Chi diagram, a primordial aura drifted out like the primordial universe. But soon, the power of the Tai Chi diagram began to change. The desolate aura gradually dissipated, and a vigorous and powerful vitality emerged from it. It was as if the desolate universe was instantly transformed into a world full of life. All living things grew, multiplied, and strengthened. The many demon clan light shadows floating on the Tai Chi diagram suddenly seemed to be filled with vitality at this moment. They became more active, more ferocious, and more violent. However, under this world full of vitality, there seemed to be a desolate chaos. It was difficult for others to detect, but it was like the starting point and origin of all living things. I turn my primordial spirit into Ing Yuan and refine my body into Desolate God. With Ing Yuan and Desolate God, I can create and oppose each other to achieve a balance. They are connected and unified, but also completely opposite. Shi Tianhao suddenly let out a long roar. His figure flashed in the void, and at the same time, his physical body and the Tai Chi diagram formed by his primordial spirit appeared at the same time. They faced each other from a distance, and then gradually merged again. The black and white Tai Chi diagram kept spinning in the void, deducing the two opposing but connected concepts. Under the comprehensive study, Shi Tianhao felt that his understanding of Tao and divine ability concepts had reached a new height, and the spiritual bodies of the 12 heavenly divine generals, which he had been unable to control before, seemed to be completely open to him at this moment, and the connection was getting closer and closer. Immortal void instrument, all chaos in the heavens. As Shi Tianhao let out a long roar again, the 12 giant light shadows above his head became clearer, and they began to become lifelike. The 12 giants were all clad in armor, holding long halberds in their hands. They stood between the heavens and the earth, and their originally chaotic faces suddenly lit up. It was as if a person in a deep sleep had opened his eyes, and his gaze swept across the world. Although he had been seriously injured, he still displayed a powerful might at this moment. Hiding outside the storm, great sage Lu Yuan could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Did he succeed by chance, or can he really control this power freely? Although he gradually felt that Shi Tianhao's current strength was already above his, and he was no longer the same as when they first met in Tianhuang mainland, great sage Lu Yuan was still shocked at this moment. He could vaguely feel that Shi Tianhao's body seemed to have undergone a miraculous change. At this moment, the activation of the spiritual bodies of the 12 heavenly divine generals was not a coincidence, but a complete and natural fusion that came from a thorough understanding. Great sage Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that when Shi Tianhao had just collected the remains of Sky Castle and reported it to Lin Feng had only given him a simple reply and asked him to carefully analyze it. In other words, the things belonged to Shi Tianhao, and Lin Feng would not take the initiative to interfere. To other forces, even if it was a remnant, such a powerful and important existence like Sky Castle was also a supreme treasure that was of great importance. Although Shi Tianhao's divine powers and dermic powers were astonishing and far exceeded ordinary essence soul realm cultivators, his cultivation level was still low, and he had only cultivated for a short period of time. It was unimaginable for any other force, even Taishu Temple, to let him keep the remains of Sky Castle and have full control over it. However, whether it was Lin Feng or Shi Tianhao, they did not seem to care about this. As far as great sage Lu Yuan knew, similar situations were not rare. Many years ago, after Lin Feng's other disciple, Zhu Yi, obtained the creation Dharma treasure embryo of Yingzhou Immortal Mountain, Lin Feng did not take it back to the sect, and instead left it to Zhu Yi to deal with, which stunned the entire great Heaven Yuan world. However, after that, during the battle to destroy the Xian world, Zhu Yi used his essence soul as an opportunity to refine the Permitha Golden Bridge, and from then on, he dominated the heavens. In the battle against the Dragon Clan, not long ago, he shone brilliantly, and his name shook the divine land and infinite region. And now, the same situation had happened to Lin Feng's other disciple, Shi Tianhao, as if it was a sign of the rise of another legend, which made great sage Lu Yuan sigh in his heart. It was because of Lin Feng's magnanimity, Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the other's shocking talents. Xianmen Tianzong, which was getting stronger and stronger, began to show more and more dazzling brilliance. Because of the sudden changes on Shi Tianhao's side, the pressure on the new Great Qin Emperor Shi Zongtang in West Hill City was slightly relieved, which allowed him to divide his divine sense to pay attention to Shi Tianhao's movements. Then, he was shocked to find that the spiritual bodies of the 12 heavenly generals above Shi Tianhao's head had actually stabilized. Shi Tianhao's loud shout resounded between heaven and earth. "Order!" Amidst the shout, the 12 giant light shadows shook at the same time, making a silent cry toward the void above their heads, but it shook the heavens. Under the urging of Shi Tianhao, a large number of talismans and formation patterns appeared around the 12 giant light shadows, together forming a huge magic formation. Although the magic formation seemed broken and incomplete, it still exuded a powerful aura. Under the shroud of the magic formation, the world and the void gradually turned into a dark green, and the dark green halo covered the spiritual bodies of the 12 heavenly generals together. Bright streams of light constantly flashed in the dark green halo like endless auspicious clouds, flowing horizontally and vertically. The next moment, the dark green auspicious clouds suddenly shook. The clouds gradually dispersed, and a huge shadow rose from the auspicious clouds, revealing itself under the auspicious clouds. That was a majestic city that didn't look as big as West Hill City, but it was even more shocking. Looking carefully, the city walls were in ruins, with only broken walls left. Large sections of the city walls had collapsed, and even the 2 corners of the city had been completely destroyed, leaving only wreckage. But this city, under the protection of the dark green auspicious clouds, was still like an immortal city in the heavens, far superior to any mortal city in the mortal world. In the city, one could vaguely see the light shadows of tens of thousands of living beings, bustling with activity. It seemed illusory, but it was a different kind of power and will. After a long period of time, it had always been added to this immortal city. It was the city in the sky. Shi Tianhao and the city in the sky fused together, constantly moving forward, gradually arriving above West Hill City. At this moment, the power of the 2 majestic cities faintly resonated at this moment, resisting the violent backlash from the Qi meridians. The pressure was still great. Although the city in the sky was strong, it was still seriously damaged, and its vitality was injured. At this moment, it joined forces with West Hill City, and the 2 cities were still violently shaking together. Although it wasn't as dangerous as before, the situation was still not optimistic. And in this process, the power of West Hill City and the power of the city in the sky gradually fused together, complementing each other and giving birth to new changes. Chapter 1230. Above West Hill City, the 5-colored light dragon circled between heaven and earth, gradually merging with the sky city in the void. Shi Tianhao used his Tao to communicate with Sky City, continuously comprehending and verifying the principles within. Gradually, new changes began to take place in the Sky City. The huge city that was protected by the dark green clouds began to shine brilliantly. It was not that the city walls were covered in light or that the walls were shining from the inside out. Instead, the entire city started to turn into light. The sturdy walls seemed to gradually turn into flowing light, turning from corporeal to spiritual. In the blink of an eye, the entire Sky City had turned into a city made entirely of light, towering above the clouds. The new emperor of Qin, Shi Zongtang, was slightly surprised when he saw this. Shi Tianhao can already predict Sky City's changes to such an extent, but Shi Zongtang's heart sank. Sky City's current state is clearly not as good for defense as before. His judgment was not wrong. Although they were still enduring the immense pressure transmitted through the Qi meridians, the assistance from the remains of Sky City had clearly weakened. The pressure on Shi Tianhao and the Great Qin dynasty's cultivators had clearly increased. West Hill City, which had already been unable to bear the burden, once again felt like it was going to collapse. Shi Zongtang and the other experts of the Great Qin Empire felt rather complicated, seeing hope in a moment of despair, seeing that they could escape danger. But hope gradually disappeared. The feeling of losing something after gaining it was often more disappointing than not having it at all. The immense destructive power transmitted through the Qi meridians was violent, but did not last for long. Now, it was gradually coming to an end. As long as they could safely endure it, the people of West Hill City and the Great Qin dynasty could successfully escape. At this moment, if Shi Zongtang and the others wanted to escape, it was not impossible. However, even if they could escape, other than Shi Zongtang, who had the highest cultivation, the others would not be able to survive. West Hill City would also be completely destroyed. The core of the Great Qin dynasty's dragon vein qi would also completely collapse, and it would be difficult to rebuild it for a long time. This period of time was enough for Emperor Zhou Liangpan to gather all the dragon qi in Great Qin through the Grand Imperial Palace and guide it to Tianjing City, laying a solid foundation for Great Zhou to unify the mortal world. The foundations of the Great Qin Empire had been passed down to this day, had been completely destroyed. After experiencing complete despair, even though this result was acceptable for the emperor and ministers, they were still unwilling. This was especially so for the new Emperor Shi Zongtang. He would rather die in battle. However, very quickly, Sky City above West Hill City once again changed, causing Shi Zongtang's mind to tremble. The glowing remains of the Sky Castle gradually dispersed and turned back into 12 balls of light that were flashing with dazzling light. These 12 balls of light did not take the form of the 12 heavenly generals, and instead fell onto the city walls. When these huge figures of light fell on the walls of West Hill City, the light gradually began to condense. The flowing light dissipated, and the figures that were originally completely composed of light began to become tangible and material again. The power of Western Tomb City fused with it, and as it continued to change, the 12 figures gradually turned into 12 sitting statues. They seemed to be made of brass, and they flashed with a faint golden light. They sat on the city walls of West Hill City. A powerful and indestructible concept of power flowed out from them. The 12 golden men formed a formation, and in terms of pure defense, it was even stronger than the remains of Sky City. The dragon vein qi gathered by the Great Qin dynasty and West Hill City's formations continuously poured into the golden men's bodies. In the vast surroundings, large amounts of spiritual qi continuously gathered, especially the metal essence qi, which was continuously absorbed into the bodies of the 12 metal men to strengthen themselves. Seeing this, Shi Zongtang's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in his heart, after the city and the sky turned from a physical body to a spiritual body, the 12 heavenly immortal generals, who were originally spiritual bodies, turned into physical bodies at this moment. Such a change is not only due to the comprehension of the remains of the ancient Sky Gate Sky City, but it is also further fusing with other great Tao concepts. Is this the profundity of the mysterious Gate Sky Sex Tao technique? Although it was only for a brief moment, it was still breathtaking. The 12 golden men appeared and instantly stabilized West Hill City, which was on the verge of collapse. The cracks that had been spreading ferociously finally stopped expanding. The power of both sides combined to resist the powerful destructive power that was guided along the Qi meridians. Finally, the destructive power that was like an apocalypse started to weaken rapidly after exploding to the extreme. From start to finish, it actually only took a very short time. However, to the new Great Qin Emperor Shi Zongtang and the other Great Qin dynasty cultivators, it felt like thousands of years of torture. When the power that was transmitted through the Qi meridians finally disappeared, Even Shizongtong could not help but heave a sigh of relief. As for the other great Qin dynasty cultivators, they all felt like they had a new lease on life. All the great Qin dynasty cultivators, including Shizongtong, cupped their hands towards the sky. Thank you, Celestial Venerable Huang, for turning the tide. We are extremely grateful for your help. Shi Tianhao's voice came from the sky. Fellow Taoists, you are too kind. In the palace, Shizongtong looked at the ball of light above the hall silently. Then he waved his hand, and the ball of light instantly dissipated. West Hill City no longer gathered the qi of the dragon vein, and the qi meridian connection between White Cloud Mountain and the Grand Imperial Palace was severed. At this time, Shizongtong finally had the time to carefully sense the surroundings. The result made his heart heavy again. The great Qin primordial spirit realm cultivators guarding West Hill City suffered heavy casualties in this battle. Everyone, including Shizongtong, was injured. Before Shi Tianhao arrived, the moment West Hill City was attacked was also the moment when the pressure was the greatest. West Hill City's formation was about to shatter, and the casualties were the highest. Some Void Return Realm cultivators had their Void Return Realm bodies shattered, and they immediately fell to the Primordial Spirit Incarnation Realm. There was even a Primordial Spirit Incarnation Realm cultivator who died on the spot. In this calamity, the great Qin dynasty, which was already in a precarious situation, clearly showed signs of collapsing. Although West Hill City and the defensive formation were not broken, they suffered heavy damage. The buildings and streets in the city were completely turned into ruins. The only building that was barely intact was the Great Qin Imperial Palace, but it was also in ruins at this moment. All the Great Qin dynasty cultivators felt extremely heavy after surviving the calamity. The Great Qin dynasty, which had suffered heavy losses continuously, seemed to be on the decline. The past glory was still vivid in everyone's mind, but in the blink of an eye, it had burst like a bubble. At this moment, the storm had finally calmed down. The Great Qin dynasty cultivators returned to the main hall of the palace and swallowed pills. Silently, they adjusted their breathing and healed their injuries. The new Great Qin Emperor, Shizongtong, sat on the dragon throne in the main hall. He fell into silence and did not speak for a long time. The other Great Qin dynasty experts were also silent. After a long time, Shizongtong broke the silence and said, "Contact Monarch Zhenyang and the others." A Great Qin dynasty cultivator answered, "Yes, Your Majesty." He flicked his finger and shot out a stream of light. It was a voice transmission crystal that shattered and connected to the other side. It was Shizongmao, the Great Qin's King of Rock Sun, who had been ordered to go directly to the Kunlun mountain range without returning to West Hill City. "The heavens bless the Great Qin. May the Emperor be safe." Shizongmao's old voice sounded, and he also revealed a sense of relief. Shizongtong and the others had the time to send a message, which meant that the Great Qin dynasty had survived this calamity. The Great Qin cultivator immediately reported what had happened to Shizongmao. After hearing this, Shizongmao also fell into a short period of silence. After a long time, he slowly said, "Your Majesty, although the Great Qin dynasty has survived this calamity, the situation has changed drastically again. We should make a decision as soon as possible about where the Great Qin dynasty should go." Shizongtong stared at the top of the hall and nodded slowly. "I have the same thoughts, so I ordered someone to contact you." "Brother," Shizongmao asked, "how is Celestial Venerable Huang doing now?" "Although he is injured, he should be fine. His mind is still immersed in the remains of the city in the sky and the spirit bodies of the 12 heavenly generals. It seems that other than trying to figure out the marvels, he is also verifying with what he has learned. Shi Zongtang said silently. For the time being, he should still stay here in West Hill City. Shi Zongtang lightly knocked on the dragon table in front of him. I communicated with his consciousness earlier. His master, the master of Xianmen, has officially returned to the divine land and descended on White Cloud Mountain to fight the Yudu race. Hearing this, whether it was Shi Zongmao, who had transmitted his voice using magic power, or the other great Qin dynasty cultivators present, they all felt much more relaxed. That's good. The great Qin dynasty reorganized the broken West Hill City while holding court again. To the great Qin dynasty, it was like they were walking on thin ice. Any decision could have a huge impact. On top of the city walls of West Hill City, the 12 golden men sat silently and solemnly, as if they were suppressing the heavens. Shi Tianhao's figure reappeared in human form. He sat cross-legged in the void, with his eyes closed. His hands formed a spell, and his mind was immersed in comprehending the paths, skills, and divine arts. At this moment, the path of yin and yang in front of him was already clearly visible. This path was also faintly compatible with the concept of the remains of the city in the sky that he had just obtained. They could verify and comprehend each other. At this moment, while Shi Tianhao was comprehending his own path, he was also strengthening his understanding and control of the remains of the city in the sky. Great sage Lu Yuan also came to the vicinity of West Hill City. He looked at Shi Tianhao, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and his heart wavered. The people of Xianmen Tianzong really can't be judged with common sense. Just as he was sighing, he saw Shi Tianhao's body tremble slightly, and he opened his eyes. Great sage Lu Yuan was slightly stunned. Next, his heart stirred, and he looked towards the western horizon. Chapter 12:31. A beam of light flashed across the western sky. It was so bright and dazzling that it looked like a meteor streaking across the sky. However, this flowing light was extremely bright even in the daytime. It even overshadowed the sunlight in the sky. However, this light did not make people feel warm at all. Instead, it had a cold texture, like cold metal. The light stayed in the sky above West Hill City for a while. A terrifying demonic aura spread out, as if it was going to slaughter the world. When the light dissipated, the figure of a fierce white tiger was revealed. Its eyes flashed with a cold and demonic light. There was no emotion in them. It was a pure-blooded white tiger great demon at the initial tribulation stage. It was only a step away from the Dharma-ending realm. Its magical powers and demonic power were extremely powerful. The appearance of the white tiger made the people of the great Qin dynasty nervous again. Although most people knew that the pure-blooded white tiger was captured by Lin Feng years ago and rarely appeared in the world after that, the sudden appearance of the white tiger great sage in West Hill City still made the hearts of the people of the great Qin dynasty hang in suspense. Even though the white tiger great sage had pledged allegiance to the celestial sect of wonders, his sudden appearance at this critical juncture was enough to make many human cultivators shudder in fear. They could not figure out what he was thinking. Even Lu Yuan the great sage felt a little nervous when he saw the white tiger great sage. The white tiger great sage was much stronger than him. Shi Tianhao's expression was relatively calm. He looked up at the white tiger great sage and said with a smile, "Your Excellency, have you come out of seclusion?" The white tiger great sage stopped in the void and nodded. "Yes, it's not too late. I can still make it in time." His voice was cold, like the clashing of gold and iron. He continued, "After learning that I have come out of seclusion, the sect master has ordered me to come here to receive the temple master of the Taishu Temple, Yan Nanlai." Hearing the words Taishu Temple, Shi Tianhao curled his lips and did not say anything. Ever since the Taishu temple accepted Shi Tianyi as a disciple despite knowing what had happened in the past, he had never had a good impression of this number one holy land of the human race. When the Taishu temple tried to use his parents as bait to send him, Zhu Yi, and the others into the mysterious sea, forcing his master, Lin Feng, to enter the mysterious sea to fight against the Dragon Clan, his good impression of him, which was already in the negatives, completely fell into the abyss. However, Shi Tianhao was well aware of the changes in the current situation and the key points. He knew what to do at the right time. Not to mention that Lin Feng ordered White Tiger Great Sage to go to the rescue. Even if Lin Feng ordered him to go to the rescue himself, he would not object. Of course, this didn't prevent him from gloating when he found out about the predicament the Taishu temple was in, and he laughed so hard that he couldn't stand straight. Just like Master said, the king of the underworld is really patient. Previously, he had been helping West Hills City block the disaster, and after that, he had immersed himself in cultivation. At this moment, after hearing White Tiger Great Sage's words from Lin Feng, Shi Tianhao finally understood how Yan Nanlai had risked his life to break out of the White Cloud Mountain. The smile on Shi Tianhao's face lessened a little. So, the king of the underworld took drastic measures and used Yan Xinghe's evil soul to shake the Haotian mirror, and Yan Nanlai's plan was to use the Blood Soul Tranquility Curse to similarly take drastic measures and curse his own ancestor, Yan Xinghe, to death. At the mention of the Blood Soul Tranquility Curse, White Tiger Great Sage and Lu Yuan Great Sage's expressions were still normal, but they didn't look happy either. Although the demon race had already resolved the threat of the Blood Soul Curse many years ago, the threat and damage that this curse had brought to the demon race was real. When White Tiger Great Sage and Lu Yuan Great Sage were born, the Blood Soul Curse was no longer effective. However, they naturally knew about what had happened in the past from their clan's inheritance. It's also possible that he used this opportunity to escape from White Cloud Mountain alone, and the idea of dying together was just an excuse. White Tiger Great Sage said faintly, but the sect master feels that this person can be trusted. Moreover, no egg can remain intact when the Haotian mirror is destroyed. The Taishu temple is very likely to be destroyed. Shi Tianhao said, according to Mr. Miao, this master of Yan Monastery is an extreme conservative in the Taishu temple. He shouldn't be lying and trying to drag out an ignoble existence, so he can be trusted. If he really has such a determination, although his previous actions are disgusting, his actions today are worthy of admiration. White Tiger Great Sage said coldly, I'm not interested in this person. What I'm interested in are the Yudu beasts that are chasing him. Shi Tianhao smiled. The father of White Tiger in front of him, the previous White Tiger Great Sage, had fallen under the hands of the Yudu race many years ago. Shi Tianhao was naturally clear about his hatred towards the Yudu race. White Tiger Great Sage's abilities were much stronger than those of the Great Sage of Lu Yuan Great Sage, and his character was also more unyielding. Although he had been subdued by Lin Feng for many years during the battle between Lin Feng and Mirage Sun and Yudu White Tiger Great Sages, autonomy was undoubtedly much higher. It was still a question how effective the restrictions that Lin Feng had placed on him could be. But now that the Yudu race had descended, Lin Feng wasn't worried that White Tiger Great Sage would bite back. That was because compared to the human race, White Tiger Great Sage's most hostile target was Yudu. White Tiger Great Sage, who had been cultivating in seclusion, came out now. This could be used to deal with Yudu, and White Tiger Great Sage was more than happy to do so. There are many conditions for Yan Nanlai to execute the curse of Blood Soul Tranquility. First, there's a limit to the distance. He has to get close to the king of the underworld and Yan Xinghe, and he needs time to execute the spell. If he's chased by Yudu, even if he can escape, he won't be able to execute the spell. Shi Tianhao said, Other than him, it's too difficult for others to confirm the location of the king of the underworld and the rest, so we'll just help him. However, I'm not done with my technique, and I still need some time. I'll have to trouble you to go first." White Tiger Great Sage didn't say anything more. He transformed into a resplendent shooting star and continued to flee into the distance. Shi Tianhao turned to look at Lu Yuan Great Sage. "You and White Tiger Great Sage can go together. According to Master, there are at least 3 Yudu beasts chasing after us. The great Chanyu of Northern Militant Imperial Court is also rushing over with Longevity Heavenly Spear. I'll catch up to them soon." Lu Yuan Great Sage grinned unwillingly. During the war between the two worlds, even though he didn't have the cultivation he had today, he had seen the terror of Yudu clearly. However, he shook his head and still took a step forward, following in the direction that White Tiger Great Sage was heading. Yan Nanlai flew through the void, and when he noticed that Western Tomb City was fine, he couldn't help feeling slightly astonished. However, he soon felt an extraordinary aura approaching him. He frowned slightly, and after a moment, he received a voice transmission from the great Chanyu of Northern Militant Imperial Court. After hearing the general introduction of the situation, Yan Nanlai replied, "Thank you for your trouble." In his current situation, time was of the essence, so he couldn't be bothered with pleasantries. He immediately flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. White Tiger Great Sage, Great Chanyu of Northern Militant, and Lu Yuan Great Sage blocked Yan Nanlai's back, intercepting the strong practitioners of Yudu who were chasing from the direction of White Cloud Mountain. The void opened up at that moment, and purple light flashed. 3 heads stood up, and tall Yudu beasts walked out. Ming Yudu, who was in the lead, swept his gaze across the great Chanyu of Northern Militant and Lu Yuan Great Sage. He didn't stop there, and his gaze finally landed on White Tiger Great Sage. White Tiger Great Sage's cold gaze also landed on the 3 Yudu beasts in front of him. Beside Ming Yudu was a Yudu beast that looked like a young human. He bared his teeth and smiled. A pure-blooded white tiger will also be raised like a dog. From the information that Great Qin's king of Jingfeng Shilin and Thunderous Sword Venerable Ben Lazy had received, Yudu tribe had also heard about Lin Feng going to Heaven Wasteland to capture the white tiger. "Ning Feng, he came to intercept us. Even though he was sent by the master of Xian Gate, without him, he would still view our tribe as an enemy and wait for an opportunity to strike," Ming Yudu said indifferently. After all, his father died at the hands of the clan master back then. Ning Feng Yudu bared his teeth and smiled. "That's right, I've heard of it. When the clan master had just reached the Last Day's realm, he had slain that Last Day's white tiger." White Tiger Great Sage stared coldly at the 3 Yudu beasts in front of him. He didn't waste any words and directly revealed his true form. He raised his head to the sky and roared, causing the stars in the sky to tremble. The resplendent stars were like a meteor shower that started to crash down on Ming Yudu and the others. Ming Yudu said coldly, "Leave this white tiger to me. Deal with the remaining 2 yourselves. Try your best to catch up. Even though I don't know what the cultivator of Taishu Temple wants to do, just don't let him succeed." After saying that, he also raised his head to the sky and roared. The triangle on top of his head flashed, and large amounts of silver white spread out from his body. Purple light flashed wildly, and his body also became much bigger. Facing the White Tiger Great Sage's White Tiger Starfall Divine art, halos of light flew out from the 3 long horns on top of Ming Yuda's head, trapping the falling stars in the sky. Even though the stars were still bright after being trapped by the halos of light, they instantly calmed down. They were no longer as destructive and murderous as before. The light in White Tiger Great Sage's eyes was ice cold and silent. The stars that were trapped suddenly dimmed, and all of their power collapsed toward the center. They were filled with an aura of destruction that was heading towards the end of the road. It was another innate, great divine art of the White Tiger race, Nirvana Death Star. Under the explosion of the demonic power divine art, the stars were destroyed, and even the halos that were trapping them were broken. However, Ming Yudu's figure flashed, and he was already in the sky. He then swung his claw at White Tiger Great Sage, and a few streams of light tore the heaven and earth apart. Looking at White Tiger Great Sage fighting with Light Slayer of Yudu, Great Sage, Lu Yuan, and Great Chanyu of Northern Militant felt their hearts sink. Even though they knew how powerful the Yudu race was, they were still astonished. White Tiger Great Sage was only one tribulation away from completely passing through the first tribulation and entering the Dharma-ending realm. As a pure-blooded White Tiger, his demonic power was strong, and he was extremely good at killing. Among all the demon races that were going through the first tribulation, he was a top-notch existence. In a life-and-death battle, he was even better than Jade Sky Dragon King, Zhu Yan Great Sage, and Huang Shun Dragon King, who hadn't finished their tribulations. His opponent, Ming Yudu, was still a distance away from completely passing through the first tribulation, but now that he was fighting with White Tiger Great Sage, he wasn't afraid at all. Lu Yuan, I haven't eaten it before. I heard from Uncle Qing Wan that Lu Yuan's brain tastes better. I didn't expect to be able to taste it today. At that moment, Ningfeng Yudu suddenly smiled lazily. In the next instant, he transformed into purple light and appeared in front of Great Sage Lu Yuan and Great Chanyu of the Northern Militant. Chapter 1232. Ningfeng Yudu's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Great Sage Lu Yuan and Great Chanyu Bei Rong. Under the violent surge of demonic energy, large amounts of silver hair grew out of his body that looked like a human's limbs and covered his entire body. On the periphery of the long hair, there was a layer of purple light flashing. On the surface of the purple light, large amounts of green runes appeared and circulated endlessly, shaking the void. Ningfeng Yudu immediately revealed his true form and raised his power to the peak. He raised his two claws and clawed at Great Sage Lu Yuan and Great Chanyu Bei Rong. Rays of green light flashed across the void and directly shattered the space. It was like a sharp blade that separated heaven and earth. That violent power caused Great Sage Lu Yuan and Great Chanyu Bei Rong to feel apprehensive. This Yuda beast that had yet to experience tribulation at Union of Star and Soul Realm had such powerful demonic energy that it actually surpassed Great Sage Xiang Lu, who had just experienced the first tribulation. Great Sage Lu Yuan looked crazy, but he was actually very slippery. He naturally had a standard to judge the strength of his enemy. However, Ningfeng Yudu's main target was him, and his speed was astonishingly fast. Great Sage Lu Yuan could only receive the attack. He raised his head to the sky and let out a roar. His body expanded and became incomparably huge, exceeding 30,000 yards. Standing between heaven and earth, he also revealed his true form at the first instant. The circular rune on Great Sage Lu Yuan's forehead instantly swayed like a round mirror that shone with dazzling white light. The myriad mirror revolving phenomenon divine art was activated at this moment. The white light violently twisted as though it couldn't bear the burden, and the mirror was about to shatter. But from the white light, the rays of green radiance that Ningfeng Yudu had placed into it were still reflected. Next, the green light rushed out from the white light and clashed with Ningfeng Yudu's attack. The void between heaven and earth was destroyed on a large scale, and cracks were slashed out. The shattered green light danced wildly like countless tornadoes, turning the surrounding area into a sea of storms. When Ning Feng Yudu saw this, his eyes lit up. Oh, this is the first time I've seen the mirror rotating myriad manifestations divine art of Lu Yuan's race. Not bad. Suddenly he had a thought. His body turned into a green light and flashed in the void. In the next instant, the void where Ning Feng Yudu was previously standing was annihilated. A human burly man stabbed over with a black spear. The human clanman's qi and blood surged wildly, gradually showing signs of returning to the natural state. Although his qi and blood were still blazing hot, the masculine qi and blood gradually gave off a sense of vastness. As the acupoints on his body opened and closed, it was as if billions of stars were twinkling in the starry sky. It was fine when he didn't exert his strength, but once he did, his body, which was only slightly taller than an ordinary person, suddenly emitted a powerful explosive force that was like the destruction of the universe. He was the Northern Militant Royal Court's great Chanyu, a Dao integration stage, martial Dao powerhouse, and the current #1 powerhouse of the Northern Militant Royal Court. In terms of the power of his physical body alone, he was comparable to many peerless great demons at the Star Soul integration stage. The black iron spear in his hand was naturally the #1 magic treasure of the Northern Militant Royal Court, the Longevity Heavenly Spear. This Mahayana-grade magic treasure was a pure killing weapon, and it was most suitable for martial arts powerhouses to use. At that moment, the Northern Militant First Chanyu mobilized the Longevity Heavenly Spear, pouring all of his martial will and power into the Longevity Heavenly Spear. The two of them fused as one, resulting in a formidable martial assassination power. Not even a great Yao, at the one with the Astral Soul stage, would dare to take it head-on. A single stab would leave a bloody hole, not to mention great sage Lu Yuan. Even compared to Ning Feng Yudu, the Northern Militant First Chanyu's figure seemed extremely small at this moment. However, this seemingly small body contained an extremely terrifying power. It was extremely ferocious in close combat. The Northern Militant First Chanyu's eyes flashed. Not only had his primordial spirit completely fused with his physical body, even the Dao fruit after Dao integration had been refined into his physical body. The violent power could shatter the void with his physical body, push mountains and fill seas, and pluck the stars and the moon. His attack did not hit, so he immediately exploded his power again, pushing the short-range, explosive power of a martial cultivator to the extreme. His speed was even faster than the primordial spirit's teleportation as he continued to chase after Ning Feng Yudu. Seeing this, Ning Feng Yudu raised his eyebrows. The demonic power turned into rays of green light that compressed in the air, forming a long spear. The long spear gradually turned from green to black, and its killing intent soared to the sky. In a split second, the green and black light spear flashed in the void and pierced towards the Northern Militant First Chanyu. The green and black light spear instantly shattered the void and collided with the Longevity Heavenly Spear. Both sides clashed violently, setting off an ear-piercing explosion. The two long spears rubbed against each other. The green and black light spear's direction was deviated, but the Northern Militant First Chanyu's spear also deviated from its original path. Ning Feng Yudu sneered, and the green and black light spear suddenly shattered when it was just inches away from the Northern Militant First Chanyu. It turned into a sky full of green light rain that struck towards the Northern Militant First Chanyu. Although every ray of light in the dense light rain was fragmented, the Northern Militant First Chanyu could clearly feel the terrifying destructive power within. He gave a low shout, and qi and blood rose above his head, forming an illusion of light and shadow. In the illusion, there was a vast grassland and endless blue sky. There was snow, rain, wind, frost, and the changes of the four seasons. The blue sky was boundless. The northern militant first Chanyu manifested his martial will to the extreme, and the longevity heavenly spear also resonated, giving off a sharp and fierce cry. The momentum of the spear suddenly changed, and the sky full of spear shadows flashed repeatedly. It was so fast that people couldn't see them clearly. However, within the range of the spear shadows, the void seemed to be completely sealed. Everything in the space seemed to be completely still, and even the specks of dust floated motionlessly in the air as though it was a still picture. The sky full of green light rain was also blocked, and it was hard for it to advance an inch. The next moment, the northern militant first Chanyu's momentum changed again, and the sky full of spear shadows disappeared. What was left was a black light that pierced towards Ningfeng Yudu again. In an instant, the extreme complexity became extreme simplicity, and the extreme stillness became extreme movement, displaying the profoundness of martial arts. However, before the northern militant first Chanyu could attack again, numerous green and black light spears had already pierced towards him. Great sage Lu Yuan grunted, and the halo on his forehead flashed with white light again, reflecting the image of the green and black light spears. He wanted to use myriad manifestations mirror to fight against Ningfeng Yudu's divine art. However, Ningfeng Yudu's abilities were clearly stronger than his, so it was extremely difficult for great sage Lu Yuan's myriad manifestations mirror to reflect the green and black light spears. Out of all the light spears, he could only reflect one. As great sage Lu Yuan roared, white light spewed out from his mouth, and it transformed into a boundless hurricane to attack. The northern militant first Chanyu had no choice but to change his move again and deflect the green and black light spears that were piercing towards him. Both the northern militant first Chanyu and great sage Lu Yuan wanted to find a chance to fight in close combat, but under Ningfeng Yuda's violent attacks, they could only defend with all their might. Right at this moment, what made their hearts sink was the other strong practitioner of Yudu race that had merged with the stars and souls. Wanlong Yudu had an indifferent expression. He stood at the side and looked at them silently. The 3 long horns on his head were flashing with cold brilliance. Wanlong, go and chase after that cultivator of Taishu Temple. From the looks of it now, I alone am enough. Ningfeng Yuda suddenly bared his teeth and smiled. Even though there are few primordial spirit practitioners in Taishu Temple, I'm more interested in trying Lu Yuan's brain today. As he said that, purple brilliance flashed wildly on his body and shone with the green markings. Amidst the green and purple, the 3 long horns on his head became more and more dazzling. Ningfeng Yuda stared at great sage Lu Yuan and sneered. Can your myriad manifestations mirror reflect this thing? With a long howl, a green brilliance shot out from the heart of his brows. It was like a green rainbow that shot towards great sage Lu Yuan. That power was ethereal and brutal. Wherever it passed, the void was instantly destroyed. Yuda missed flower. Great sage Lu Yuan's expression changed. He didn't even need to try to know that his myriad manifestations mirror would definitely be unable to reflect this destructive attack. Without any hesitation, great sage Lu Yuan burst forth with all the power in his body. However, it wasn't to face the attack head-on. Instead, he leaped and broke through the void, trying to dodge with all his might. If he got hit by this attack, even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Other than the myriad manifestations mirror, the power of the qi and blood of the corporeal body was also extremely strong. Their speed wasn't slow, and they had the reputation of being able to step on 1,000 mountains. Great sage Lu Yuan leaped and instantly broke through layers of the void to escape. Even so, he was still hit by Ningfeng Yuda's Yuda mist flower. One of his monkey claws was sliced off by that terrifying green brilliance. Great Sage Lu Yuan gave a miserable cry, and it was extremely mournful. Ning Feng Yudu laughed loudly, and the Yudu mist flower turned and swept towards Great Chanyu of the Northern Militant. On the other side of the battlefield, Radiant Yudu, whose divine art had been broken by White Tiger Great Sage's nirvanic death stars, had a calm expression. His 3 horns were flashing, and his body was shrouded in a purple halo. On the surface of the purple halo, there were dark golden divine markings spreading through the void. That terrifying aura was much stronger than Ningfeng Yudu's. Even when facing White Tiger Great Sage, who was only a step away from completing his tribulation, he didn't lose out. His eyes flickered, and the purple light suddenly vanished. Replacing it were 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 silver. They flowed continuously like the sun and moon alternating. Yuda's sun and moon radiance. Radiant Yuda said coldly. Then 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 silver, rushed out from the heart of his brows. They intersected in the void and fused into a dark golden flash. This terrifying dark golden splendor swept through the void and broke apart the nirvanic death stars that were falling towards Radiant Yudu. White Tiger Great Sage's gaze was cold, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. He let out a heaven-shaking tiger roar, and boundless strong winds came whistling over, splitting heaven and earth. The clouds followed the dragon, and the wind followed the tiger. The tiger's roar gave rise to the wind. 9 heavens divine, wind, black, gold sword stars. This incomparably sharp strike actually broke apart Radiant Yudu's sun and moon splendor. Radiant Yudu didn't seem to mind. What a powerful divine art! Among the demons under the end of cultivation, in terms of pure attack power, probably only Jingyan's Yudu brilliance can defeat this strike of yours. However, you won't be able to execute this kind of attack continuously. After saying so, he executed Radiant Yudu's sun and moon splendor again to attack White Tiger Great Sage. Wan Long Yudu looked at both sides of the battlefield silently, and he thought to himself, there's no need to worry about Ningfeng, and there's nothing to worry about here. I can chase after that Taishu temple cultivator without worry. As he was thinking, his heart suddenly stirred, and he turned around. He saw the void in the horizon shattering, and a figure walked out. Chapter 1233. The strong practitioners of Yudu race, White Tiger Great Sage, Northern Militant Great Chanyu, and Lu Yuan Great Sage fought intensely. But at that moment, the void suddenly shattered, and a figure walked out. He was tall and handsome, and it was none other than Shi Tianhao. Above his head, there was a transparent city that was completely made of light. The city was majestic and huge, just like the blue sky and blue sky. When Zhan Ming Yudu, Wan Long Yudu, and Ningfeng Yudu saw Shi Tianhao, they frowned slightly. At that moment, Shi Tianhao, who had a radiant city above his head that was like a spirit body, stood calmly in the void. There was no special aura leaking out from his body, and he looked very ordinary. Even though that majestic city was vast, it didn't give off a majestic feeling of power. But the moment Shi Tianhao appeared, a strong sense of danger arose in the hearts of Wan Long Yudu and Ningfeng Yudu. It was as though they had instinctively felt danger. Even Zhan Ming Yudu had a strange feeling in his heart. Shi Tianhao swept his gaze across the battlefield, and he couldn't help grinning. Then a violent aura burst forth from his body, and his qi and blood surged. He was much more ferocious than Great Sage Lu Yuan and Northern Militant Great Chanyu. His corporeal body gave off a desolate and primitive aura, and as Shi Tianhao smiled, his aura suddenly became extremely brutal. It was as though a primordial beast had descended into the mortal world. Feeling the change in Shi Tianhao's body, Wan Long Yudu, Ningfeng Yudu, and Great Sage Liyuan were slightly dazed. It was as though the person in front of them was a great demon that was even more brutal than them. Shi Tianhao's violent qi and blood resonated with the city formed by the spirit light above his head. That radiant celestial city was no longer calm at that moment. Instead, it gave off an extremely vast power. With a flash of light, Shi Tianhao and the radiant city vanished. When they appeared again, they were already in front of Ning Feng, Yudu. Ning Fengyu held his breath. He could feel the immense pressure. Although he was arrogant, he didn't dare to be careless at this moment. Green runes flickered around his body, and his body dissipated like a gust of wind, disappearing in an instant. Retreating, he had to first understand Shi Tianhao's foundation before making any further plans. However, the radiant city above Shi Tianhao's head trembled, and green light instantly swept across the heaven and earth, shining Shi Tianhao's figure once again. Shi Tianhao himself shouted and punched towards Ning Feng Yudu. Ning Feng Yudu's eyes flashed with cold light. A large number of greenish-black light spears appeared in the air and shot towards Shi Tianhao. Shi Tianhao sneered, and the aura of desolation surged around him. The Huang character formula of the mysterious yellow forward formula strengthened his body, and a large amount of spirit light from the city above his head fell down, fusing with the aura of desolation, forming a protective light that was both light and mist at the same time. The vigorous power directly clashed with the terrifying greenish-black light spears. Even though the greenish-black light spears burst forth with terrifying power and stabbed into the protective light on Shi Tianhao's body, they couldn't hurt Shi Tianhao. Meanwhile, Shi Tianhao's iron fist that could shatter the void was still smashing towards Ning Feng Yudu. At this moment, Wanlong Yudu, who was on the other side, suddenly roared and revealed his true form. The 3 long horns on the top of his head shone with ice-blue brilliance and transformed into divine markings that filled the sky, sealing the surrounding heaven and earth in ice. Yudu absolute condensation. From the heart of Wanlong Yudu's brows, a smear of ice-blue light shone out. It was like a frozen path that continuously extended forward in the void. Wherever the ice-blue light passed, everything was sealed in ice. That terrifying power was actually even more terrifying than the 9 underworlds Yin Wind, Xianming True Water, and 10,000 Years Mysterious Ice. The ice-blue light spread out continuously and transformed into frost that covered the sky, shrouding Shi Tianhao within. When Shi Tianhao saw the situation, he curled his lips and turned to look at Wanlong Yudu. A ray of light shot out from the heart of his brows, and it was like a rainbow that shocked the sky. It triggered the chanting of thousands of great da's, and countless rays spread out in the world like an ocean of light. And everywhere that majestic divine light passed by, it was as if it was drawing an end point for everything, sending everything to its end. It was Shi Tianhao's divine light of end. This ray of light that seemed to be able to contain all the magnificence and power in the world brazenly sliced apart the ice-blue sky in front of him. The power of the divine light of creation would continuously increase along with the increase of the cultivator's divine art magic power and cultivation realm. At this moment, this divine light of end of Shi Tianhao displayed an extremely astonishing power. Wanlong Yudu frowned, and the ice-blue light that was spreading out suddenly congealed. It quickly retracted and collided with Shi Tianhao's divine light of end. The ice-blue light shattered continuously, but the rainbow-like divine light seemed to have gradually sunk into silence. On the other side, Ning Feng Yudu roared at the sky, and the green Yudu flowing mist splendor poured out violently to bombard Shi Tianhao's fist that was strengthened by the radiant city and the air of desolation. It formed a huge green whirlpool, and in the whirlpool Countless green divine markings shone together to block Shi Tianhao's iron fist that was continuously advancing. Shi Tianhao looked at Ningfeng Yudu and Wanlong Yudu with interest. TSK, the Yudu race is indeed better than hearing about it. Even though Dao Friend Grand Firmament is also Yudu, you still don't have a true corporeal body. Hearing the name of Grand Firmament, Ningfeng and Wanlong's expressions changed slightly, but what Shi Tianhao said next instantly made them dumbfounded. Based on experience, other than a few special circumstances, the stronger the demon race, the better the taste. Shi Tianhao stared at the two great demons of Yudu, and his eyes shone continuously. Your taste must be extremely good, right? Ningfeng Yudu and Wanlong Yudu almost suspected that they had heard wrongly, but right after, Shi Tianhao revealed his white teeth and said with a smile, I haven't eaten Yudu before, so I can try something new today. Not bad, not bad. However, which one should we eat first? Great sage Lu Yuan and great Chanyu Beirong, who had reorganized themselves to come forward to help, also had weird expressions at this moment. It was especially so for great sage Lu Yuan, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not long ago, Ningfeng Yudu was still thinking about splitting him open and eating his brains. Who knew that in just a short while, it was Ningfeng Yudu's turn to be targeted by a human who wanted to kill him and eat his flesh. As a demon, he had this kind of fear of being harmed, but he also had the complicated feeling of getting his revenge and letting out a sigh of relief. This made great sage Lu Yuan's heart flutter. The smile on Ningfeng Yudu's face vanished, and his gaze was fixed on Shi Tianhao. When Shi Tianhao met his gaze, he turned his head over as if nothing had happened. He said with a calm smile, You are staring at me like that. Are you impatient to enter my mouth? Since that's the case, I'll eat you first. After Shi Tianhao said that, his body suddenly trembled, and his body transformed from the body of desolate God into the body of abundant vitality. The powerful qi, blood, and the air of desolation in his corporeal body vanished, and his body suddenly transformed into the appearance of a Taiji diagram. Meanwhile, the radiant city above his head gradually transformed into a material entity. The light scattered, and even though it was damaged and dilapidated, the majestic city in the sky appeared and smashed down on Ningfeng Yudu's head. The power of the city in the sky and the body of abundant vitality that Shi Tianhao had cultivated complemented each other and supported each other. The divine light of the end that shot out from the center of the Taiji diagram that his abundant vitality transformed into became even stronger. Under the reinforcement of the city in the sky, it started to suppress the Yudu's absolute essence. The terrifying divine light of the end had a momentum that seemed to be able to cut through everything and broke through the Yudu's absolute essence. Meanwhile, the city in the sky on the other side had also become extremely violent under the nourishment of Shi Tianhao's abundant vitality. It broke through the layers of clouds and smashed towards Ningfeng Yudu with the momentum of collapsing the heavens. The green mist formed by the Yudu flowing mist flower tumbled and dispersed continuously. The huge city in the sky combined with the magic power of Shi Tianhao's divine arts. Even though it looked like a ruin, it gave off a majestic aura that could suppress the heavens. Great Chanyu Beirong saw it from the side, and astonishment burst forth from his eyes. Such power is truly breathtaking, and this is just one of the many disciples of the Master of Profound Gate, that city that keeps changing. What exactly is... Wait a minute. This concept of power is similar to the path skills of the ancient Heavenly Gate. Could it be the legendary city in the sky? This thing actually still exists, and even though it's broken now, its power is still so strong. Even White Tiger Great Sage and Radiant Yudu, who were fighting at the side, had their attention attracted by Shi Tianhao. They looked at Shi Tianhao and the city in the sky. That was a power that could already threaten them. Radiant Yudu looked at Shi Tianhao and frowned slightly, with a thought. Purple light that was engraved with dark golden markings spread out like sunlight. Under the shroud of the purple light, the void trembled continuously. Light and dark intersected like the sun and moon alternating, and yin and yang seemed to be separated again. Seeing that, Shi Tianhao laughed from the Tai Chi diagram. As it continued to spin, the Yin-Yuan body turned back into the desolate God body. The gigantic city in the sky suddenly changed. The gigantic city turned into a halo of light and divided into the surroundings, turning into 12 giants that could support the heavens and the earth. The spirit bodies of the 12 heavenly god generals each said one word, and they exhaled as one. Immortal, void, instrument, Shua, celestial, Jun, Tian, Zhu, chaos, wholeness, subjugation. The powerful corporeal body and qi of Shi Tianhao's body of desolate God were executed together with the aura of desolation, forming a marvelous balance to execute the 12 heavenly god generals. The 12 heavenly god generals held huge halberds in their hands and pointed at radiant Yudu, who was in the sky. Countless misty worlds seemed to form in heaven and earth, surrounding the 12 heavenly god generals, and Shi Tianhao to form a huge roulette. As the roulette rotated, it was as if the power of the 10,000 worlds in the heavens had gathered together to form an unstoppable power that crushed everything in front of it. That power that looked slow but had a majestic aura circulated and forcefully crushed Yuda's demonic power. Cold light flashed in radiant Yuda's eyes, and the 3 horns on the top of his head flowed with radiance. 2 rays of light, one gold and one silver, rushed out from the heart of his brows and converged in the sky to form the terrifying brilliance of Yudu's sun and moon. But at this moment, White Tiger Great Sage had already rushed forward, forcing radiant Yudu to have no choice but to turn his attention back to Ningfeng Yudu and Wanlong Yudu. Shi Tianhao, on the other hand, sneered and separated his hands to strike at Ningfeng Yudu and Wanlong Yudu. The spirit bodies of the 12 heavenly god generals retracted their halberds and switched to fists, doing the same action. The power of both sides merged together and boosted each other, instantly forming an incomparably violent fist force. It caused the void to crumble and collapse, and the 2 great demons of Yudu flew back. The demon light protecting their bodies shattered into pieces.